up, motherfuckers? Metal Gear Solid 2 soundtrack. Fresh off the fucking presses, right, Mayo? Look at that. First spin, ladies and gentlemen, of perhaps one of the greatest video game soundtracks of all time. No, definitely one of the greatest video game soundtracks of all time. Perhaps the greatest. Although I think it's, sequel, Metal Gear Solid 3 might be vying for that slot too. I'm around 35 hours. I hope you're enjoying. Cool. I don't know what that... Oh, level 35. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really use levels and time to judge progress. It depends. It's not a game where you just followed the line. Well, you could, but it's a game that gives you options. And I took those options. If you go to areas that are way higher fucking level than you and spend way too fucking much time parrying your way through them, then you're going to end up at a much higher level and a much higher hour count than you are progress-wise through the story. So I'm probably not a good barometer for that measurement scale. Wheel of Time was cancelled? I assume we're talking about Amazon's TV show. Really? I don't know how I feel about it. I didn't hear about it until now. Really? After 3 seasons? 1 day ago. I'm out of the fucking news, mate. Cancel just no. I've been printing and painting minis and building Lego with Xander for like Friday night all through Saturday. I've kind of been off the grid. Just printing and painting. The wheel has stopped spinning. Indeed. Comes 5 weeks after the season 3 finale premiered. Viewers of the lavish series slipped with Season 3 to a point that it could not justify a Season 4 commitment. That's strange. I heard that the viewership was really good. It was still Amazon's leading fucking show. Didn't really like the show? Yeah, a lot of people didn't like it. A lot more people did. Which is pretty much how you describe anything that was of reasonably good quality, wouldn't you? I certainly liked it. There's a very big difference between Rings of Power and Wheel of Time in terms of quality and attention to detail and commitment to bringing the source material to life. Even the beginning, like first season, first episode, like Rings of Power has a fucking old-ass fucking elf in young elf fucking armor jumping and flipping and dancing around a troll, like a cave troll enemy, with a bunch of other dudes with, you know, gear standing around basically doing nothing, and she's just, borrow a horrible word, girl bossing her fucking way through the whole experience, which doesn't feel very Galadriel and doesn't feel very Lord of the Rings. And then Episode 1, Season 1, Wheel of Time, you've got Moiraine Sedai protecting an entire village from a Trollic incursion while her fucking water is dancing around her, doing sword forms, protecting her from any enemy that comes anywhere near, you know, within a certain range, while she uses her magic. It's a beautiful, like a beautiful representation of how it felt to have Aes Sedai casting magic and waters protecting them in the books. Versus whatever the fuck Galadriel versus the Ice Troll was. I could see Rings of Power getting trashed, but I didn't think they'd drop Wheel of Time. That's crazy. Especially given that Season 3's finale was considered to be good, whereas Season 1 and 2's finale was considered to be absolute abject fucking trash. And then it always just sort of brought it back, you know? Season 3 had like... I was struggling a lot with Season 3 in the beginning. But then I started noticing all these beautiful cheeky nods to the books and these commitments to, if not telling the exact same story, offering the same... Season 1's finale? Oh, of Wheel of Time? Yeah, so was Season 2. Have you seen Season 2's finale? Makes season 1's finale look good. It's terrible.
Well now, he is an old one. Almost as old as me.
G'day, Whirl. How are you, mate? I've also been painting minis all weekend. Fuck yeah, dude. Nice, nice. It's good to get away from it all and just fucking paint some minis, isn't it? Yeah, exactly, Chaos, right? Absolute morons. I agree. I don't know how Rings of Power could possibly... Yeah, baloney, that's exactly where I tuned out too. Jumps off a boat in the middle of the fucking ocean. Did you know she swims back to shore, but before she makes it there, she gets picked up by a dude on a raft? And that dude is Sauron. Just a accurate, factual play-by-play of events that happen at the beginning of the Rings of Power. That's just a truth. Cool. I like it. Totally normal, yeah. Now, that's not to say Wheel of Time is fucking, you know, hasn't got problems. It's just they're not problems of, like, we're comparing different caliber of problems here. One is stupid bullshit logic issues, and the other is one fucking dude, by the look of it, ridiculous attempt to rephrase. Wheel of Time's biggest problem is not that it's so different from the books, and it is so different from the books. It's that the versions that you get, which are so different from the books, are so much shitter than the books. Which is the part that I've had so much trouble grappling with as I've been watching it. Because a lot of people are like, yeah, it's a different turn of the wheel. And I'm like, fuck yeah, it's a different turn of the wheel. I can get into that. I like that. There's so much I do like about the show. It's just that a lot of the time, it's like, this is happening when this should be happening. Okay, I don't know why, but okay, maybe there's a bigger reason. But this is so much better than this. Why? Why are we replacing totally fucking amazing scenes with absolute abject fucking trash? And that's been my experience with Wheel of Time for at least half of it. But the other half has been like really fucking loving seeing parts of the books that just never really got to breathe at all in the books, and following story threads and character lines, cutting out a lot of the bloat. A lot of characters that just don't seem to have a lot there. There's like amalgamation characters and stuff. And let's face it, like if I want to sit down and watch The Wheel of Time, I want to sit down and read The Wheel of Time, these are two different moods. One is like, I'm ready. The next 3 years of before bedtime reading, covered. Let's go. I'm digging in. You know, I've done it before and I'll do it again. The other is like the next few weeks of an episode before bed, right? It's a different undertaking and a different level of commitment, and I'm okay with having both. They both fit different moods. My wife's never going to read this shit. She loves watching the show though. That means I get to talk about it with her, you know, which is great. I can tell her all about the shit that she can sigh, exacerbated sighs every time I go, that's not how it happened in the book. You know, it's great. I can go off on some mad diatribe about how much better it was in the book, and she can pretend to listen while she looks at her phone. Like, it's really good, healthy marriage material, the Wheel of Time TV show. She loves it, yeah. I'm sure my wife pretends well enough to love it, you know? Maybe she does love it, and I've just got the wrong read. Too bad it was just getting good. Amazon saved The Expanse when it was originally cancelled. I mean, yeah, this doesn't... They renewed Rings of Power for Season 3? I guess they made a choice. Wow. I don't know. Oh, man. A rep from Amazon was quoted as saying, I have won again, Louis Theron.
Now, he is an old one.
Hino,
Almost as old as me.
98 months, you legend. Cheers, mate. Thanks for the subs early, too. Tired and Pro Mahoney with the raid. Fucking Gamer Girl. Supri for 43. Thank you, guys. Supri was asking if I was going to play that new Indie Morrowind looking thing. that just came out.
Now, he is an old one. Almost
All
as
Father
old as
One.
me.
What a legend. Cheers, mate. How you doing? Who's that? Which I might play. I don't know. I got a collector's edition. I was offered a collector's edition of it, and I said I probably won't play it. I hate how that's how you find out about the cancellation. Why? Whether I find out about it in chat or on fucking Twitter, it doesn't make much fucking difference, does it? The way in which the news will be delivered to me will be blunt and intense and, you know, powerful. It won't be dropped easily. And you know what? I'm a big boy. I can handle it. It was always a problem. It was always a potential problem. It does suck though. Wife will be spewing. But hey, maybe they'll pick it up. As long as they pick it up soon, before all the sets and stuff are gone. Looks like a lot of it's on location. The Waves was certainly a set in the first season. I don't know. Maybe it's just gone though. Maybe that's it. Maybe we get 3 seasons of the Wheel of Time TV show and we never know all of the reasons why they cut all of the shit that they did. Because that's the thing, right? Like, you look at the second season of Wheel of Time, and there's so many places where you're just like, why the fuck did you do that? That's so stupid. But the reality is you might find out in season 5 why that happened. And then look back with hindsight and go, yeah, if I had to fit 14 books into 6 seasons, maybe those are the pieces I would cut too, because it makes more sense later. And season 3 did some pretty big, like, this person died instead of this person level of shit, right? Like, straight up. Okay. What the fuck does that mean for the story? Like, what the fuck? There's an entire storyline throughout the Wheel of Time. I would say it's the last 4 books, maybe the last 6 books, where this particular character comes back strong and has a whole arc, you know? And in the series, they kill her in season 3. Bang. What? What the fuck did you just do? But I was very excited to find out why. Perhaps not because I think that this is better or worse or whatever. Like, the subjectivity of it isn't so relevant, but the process behind an adaptation of that size at that budget is very fascinating. Very much have liked to see it play out. Yeah, fair, Reth, man, fair. You watch House of the Dragon? Oh, God, yes. House of the Dragon feels like early Game of Thrones. I feel like I can watch it, gush over it, and not feel ashamed at all, which is so rare these days. You can actually just openly like something and not have to justify your opinion. Like the Wheel of Time TV show, I love, don't get me wrong. I've loved it since the first episode. But like, I have to work hard to explain to people why I enjoy it. Whereas with House of the Dragon, it's good Thronesing, bro. Like, straight up first episode, straight back in. And I really like what they did with season 2. I have criticized season 2, House of the Dragon, as treading water. I began that season in exactly the same position as I ended that season. Like, I was ready for a big thing to happen, and an entire season passed, and I'm still just in that same, can't wait for this to happen, you know? And yet, while I guess normally that kind of, like, an entire season's worth of character development and water treading on the plot would drive me away. It feels like you're just hobbiting, you know, to coin a phrase. It didn't. The fucking acting from both queens, from Doctor Who, from some of the supporting cast as well. There were a fair few scenes that really just stole the goddamn show, and it was just beautiful to watch. You know, it doesn't really matter if the plot's developing. It's just the dialogue is gripping, the acting is spectacular, the sets and the CG is fucking outrageous. You know, that sort of stuff. Just a beautiful thing to watch. And I don't sit there going, whoa, but the book was better or whatever. It's a different thing. It looks and breathes and feels different. So yeah, love it. I have both. I bought both of them immediately. In 4K, watched all the special features, and devoured them. Yeah. I think an animated Wheel of Time show would have been a better format, but with this cancellation, I wouldn't bet on it happening. Yeah, a lot of people who were talking about how much they hated the first few episodes of Wheel of Time Season 1 back then, when a lot of Wheel of Time fans were reeling because they were deciding, I'm not going to watch this. Animated was the way to go. But I'll tell you right now, and I feel bad mentioning it, but I still haven't seen the animated Lord of the Rings film. And I've had it for months. And there just isn't a day where I'm sitting down going, fuck, I'm bored, what am I going to watch? And anime Lord of the Rings comes up as the thing. You know? It's just never happening. I mean, I'm sure it'll happen, but it's just never happening. To be fair, it looks awful. I don't know how. How could it be, you know? I don't know. I'm not sure if anime Wheel of Time would have fixed the problems that Wheel of Time has on screen. But maybe, because you could do 14 seasons. And the voice actors could get older, visibly, and it wouldn't be a problem for Aes Sedai aging 14 years. I don't know. I don't think that'd be a real problem anyway. I feel like the real problem is how the fuck do you sign 14-year contracts with people? Look at Naruto or One Piece. But, like, you could change the voice actors on Naruto or One Piece and nobody would even fucking know because the people who watch them are 7. What are you talking about? Like Naruto or One Piece. Are you trying to compare daily anime releases at 7:30 in the morning that children watch on tally before they go to fucking school, like one fucking arm on the backpack with the lunchbox, the other fucking eyeball on Naruto, and the production quality and industry that goes behind producing 30 minutes of animated, 22 minutes of animated television every single fucking day, with what it would be like to adapt a series of adult fantasy novels into an animated format. It's not even in the same fucking universe. Other than the fact that they're both cartoons, there really isn't even a connective fucking tissue there. It's like comparing Castlevania on Netflix with Naruto or Bleach. It's like there's an industry in Japan that turns fucking comic books called manga into morning television for children, right? And some of that shit is popular enough that it becomes morning television for us as well. But it's like it's a crunch fucking insane, hyper intense industry filled with so many fucking horror stories for voice actors and animation quality and no, I don't know if that would be the process. I don't know how many fucking kids are waking up in the morning going, can't wait for the next Wheel of Time episode as well, but not just for children, but all right. Okay. If Naruto's not just for children, okay. That's okay. Just know that the people who make it for fucking children, right? Okay. Let's just be real here. Okay? The people making Toy Story are making it for children as well. They weren't in the horror industry. They try and make kids films, all right? Kids films that everyone can enjoy. And the people making fucking Naruto were certainly not targeting adults. They were targeting children, and children who turned into adults but didn't change at all. Which, to be fair, probably makes up the vast majority of the weeboo fucking audience that watches that shit religiously. I know there's a lot of fucking adults watching One Piece. Lot. This water does not taste right. Something's up with the water. Weird. There's plenty of adult animation, but again, getting a Japanese studio to adapt Wheel of Time isn't happening. Well, they didn't say adult animation. They said Naruto or One Piece. Actually, they said One Piece, but we let it slide. But that's a very different kind of Japanese animation than Evangelion and fucking Full Metal Alchemist, Tokyo Ghoul. Or even the newer stuff that like Dan, Chainsaw Man, Attack on Titan. I bought all of these, except for Dan. I haven't got a physical of that yet, but I will. Like, this is adult anime. I get it. But it's not 14 season stuff either. Maybe Attack on Titan, although it didn't. I love Dan. Yeah, I don't think I would have watched Dan if not for my son, who loves Dan. And yes, I definitely want a kid punching above his weight rather than fucking adults watching Bluey. That's the world that I want to live in, so that's the one that I do. But my kid got me into Dan. And of course, given that it is slightly sexual in nature once or twice, and does have, some more violent scenes, Dan's the kind of thing that he's only allowed to watch with me, so that I can cover his delicate ears if needed, and haven't needed to, but I can explain things that need explaining. I have not seen Solo Leveling. Sometimes the name of an anime is very difficult for me to get over. For example, Samurai Shampoo. Taken me 10 years to move past it, but I bought it, and it's on the way, and I'm gonna watch that one next. Solo Leveling's gonna take some time before I can move past the absolute stupidity of the name, but but we'll get there. Frieren is the next one I'm gonna do afterwards. Isn't Solo Leveling just another shitty isekai? I don't know. Is isekai Naruto trash or what? Couldn't give a fuck about anime anymore. Best I'll do these days is Castlevania. Castlevania is very good animation, absolutely. I wouldn't call it anime, personally. I don't think it falls into the same category as anime. Like the shit that fucking Cat Dog and Supri are talking about ain't Castlevania, right? But it's hot, sweaty power fantasy trash. Fair enough. I know that there are others that fall kind of in between, like One Punch Man and Invincible. I've only watched a couple episodes of those, but they sort of fall in the interim as well. I heard Frieren, yeah. This is why, like, I have to take my anime very, very carefully, because I really can't stomach most of it. As soon as they open their fucking mouths, I just want to turn it off and throw something at the TV. Most of the time. So I gotta wait for enough of you cunts to let the fucking cream rise to the top. And Frieren, starting with a recommendation from Nick, telling me that I had to listen to the soundtrack, which I did. And then I bought the soundtrack on vinyl, which is pre-ordered and on its way. Got through it. Vinland Saga. I watched a season of that. Yes. It was super weird because it was in Japanese, and my brain couldn't deal with Japanese Vikings. I don't know why. I just couldn't handle it. But I watched the season because it was that good. And then I bought it, and I've watched it in English because the Blu-ray release came with multiple languages. Dual dubs or whatever. And it was fantastic. Yeah. Love it. I believe there's a second season I need to get onto at some point. Isekai is when a dude gets sucked into another universe. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I have been explained that before. It's never going to sink in. Thank you, though. One Punch Man was a full-on parody at first, but it has long since turned into the very thing that it parried. Live long enough to become the villain, right? Cliche anime stuff gets the gag reflex going. Ugh. Really hurts me, dude. I tried playing Persona 5 again the other day, and it just, this kept happening where it's like you go through these dialogue boxes and then you get to the last one and you're like, thank fucks that's over. And it's not the last one. There's 3 more. There's always 3 more giant chunks of dialogue that they have to vomit at you after. For me, it's very much like a Nintendo game as well. Like a lot of Nintendo, like Pikmin and shit like that. They get to the point where they have exhausted the very, very little amount of time that they have to give you exposition or give you information that you need to play, which I guess gamer exposition really. But these big dumps of shit that just keep getting smashed on top of you, and then they go for 3 fucking more, and I just can't stomach it. Delicious in Dungeon. Yeah, I watched a few episodes of that with the fam. I fell asleep every fucking time. After the cutting up mushroom legs part, which, to be honest with you, was probably the single interesting moment, which is the reason why they chose it for the Netflix bit, I imagine.
Fellow expletives, for one of our
executioners
is returned. Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
Yes, darling. Slow build. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'm no anime critic. There's shit that gets me cracking and vibing, and there's shit that doesn't. I don't know. My favorite anime is Hellsing. I've got the original and the OVA sets, and I watch them both regularly. I like both of them. The original takes its time with every episode, but never goes anywhere near a gripping conclusion. Whereas the OVA speeds through maybe the first 6 fucking episodes of the OG in one episode, and then has an actual Hellsing Ultimate, has an actual, plot and villain and whatnot. But I like both of them a lot, and I do. A lot of people they do this with Brotherhood as well, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. But I don't think they're good first watches at all. I don't think you should watch Brotherhood, and I don't think you should watch Hellsing Ultimate first, because it skips through a lot of the juicy stuff. And I imagine that's probably why people recommend them, because it doesn't get bogged down in the details. But I like those details with those shows because they are so well written, because the themes are so interesting. Like from the get-go, Full Metal Alchemist, you got 2 fucking kids trying to resurrect their parent, their mum, because their dad's fucking already left them, and they're accidentally, one brother gets the other brother fucking to sacrifice his entire body to do it, and then bring back their mother, having sacrificed the brother, and the mother doesn't even come back. She's just like a pile of fucking sludge, or so you think, until you watch Brotherhood. And then fucking the other kid, who's probably like fucking 6 or something at this point, Clutch just be like, I'll sacrifice a piece of my body so that I can bring my brother's soul back. As if, even though I've sacrificed his body already, at least I can bring back his soul and attach it and fix it to a piece of armor. And so begins the beautiful journey of Ed and Al. Like, that shit is interesting as fuck to me. And look, fair enough, I was a teenager when I first saw it, so it probably grabbed me a little bit harder. But I still think to this day, it's very unique and fascinating, and it gets quite melancholic and oppressive at times as well with its themes, with certain episodes. Have you seen Vampire Hunter Bloodlust? I don't know. Vampire Hunter D for sure. Not sure if I've seen Bloodlust specifically. Maybe. That's going back though. I've got like the Ninja Scroll collections and stuff. Well, I think I got the 10th anniversary release of Ninja Scroll. And like I can't drink this water. This is terrible. I don't know what's going on. What am I thinking? Ghost in the Shell, shit like that. My favorite anime is Mushishi. Coincidentally, it's the least anime-like anime. Well, yeah, that's what I mean by, like, there's a difference between animation and anime. Anyway, Wheel of Time, cancelled. Very sad. Could it have been an anime? Absolutely. Could anything? Yes. But it could just as easily have been a shit anime or a shit animation project as it could have been a live-action one. I don't think that would have been the thing that saves it or not. The reality is whether these things live or die is based on a lot of business, executive level fucking minutia more so than anything else. Ushishi's so good, yeah? Interesting. I feel like I may have heard that one, but the name just doesn't mean anything to me, so it disappears. Shirt's fucking rad, bro. You know it. Fucking know it. Born on a battlefield, brother. Let me go and get some water. Go and try and fix this water. I don't know why this water doesn't taste right. Is it me? Am I getting sick? Or is the water... doesn't taste right? Should. It's like filtered water. Anyway. I'll be right back. Brand new, Boney. It's only a few weeks old. I guess it could be a dodgy filter, but it's been fine for up until now. Maybe that's better. Maybe it's just something in the fucking water today, right? It's plumbed in. So if it's the water, then I'll have to do some testing, won't I? This reminds me of the days gone where people would argue for how deep Naruto and Bleach are. I've had those arguments many times, to be honest with you. Specifically Bleach, because I think Bleach is certainly a cut above Naruto. But yeah. I know there are adults out there that are still into that shit. We've had the One Piece argument around here many times. I'm not quite sure we need to have it again, at least not yet. But to each their own. Good. Bringing it back to the central issue, the cancellation of Wheel of Time, which is pretty intense. I don't think anime would have been the solution myself. And animated? Maybe. It's just, the goal, the reason why the people at Amazon Studios just lost hearing in one ear. Spent all of the money that they spent putting together a team to bring the Wheel of Time to life was not to make a good Wheel of Time show. It was to make a Lord of the Rings show. It was to make a Game of Thrones show. It was to make something that would be on, on the tongue of every fucking person across the world for a time. To really capture the public zeitgeist again, like Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings did. It was to be the next best fucking thing, and that's why they went for it. I think something simpler and sweeter would have been better, for sure. But you'll never get that same audience. When I told my mum to watch Wheel of Time, she didn't. She tried to watch it once. And she instead found 5 Wheel of Time animated shorts that were released with the Wheel of Time Season 1 series on Amazon as accompaniments to establishing certain characters and certain lore. And I have no idea how she found that and not the actual fucking episodes. She did. And immediately just went, I'm not watching a fucking cartoon, and turned it off, right? I don't know if she would have ever liked the Wheel of Time. She may have watched the whole series and loved it. There's many things that I thought she would love and she didn't, and many things I thought she would hate and she didn't. But never know. Because there's just a group of people in this world that aren't going to watch a fucking animated show at all. And if the goal is to make a really good adaptation of Wheel of Time, then fine. You don't need those people. But if the goal is to make another Game of Thrones, you absolutely need those people. Without them, there's no fucking point. That's just how it goes. And so it comes back to what do these people want with the money who are making these things happen want? And what do we want? What do we get? Record's so beautiful. It's a nice one, right?
Well, now.
Should have stopped skipping.
One. Almost as old as
Not the music, the video. DJ, what's going on, man? How goes the obscuring? I haven't played since last Sunday. It's been a week. Last Sunday I played. It was okay. I was mostly just annoyed, to be honest with you, by people constantly just sucking and slobbering all over its dick. They were telling me how many times they cried while they were playing it, or watching me fight hard bosses and saying shit like, oh, it's so hard not to backseat or whatever, right? Which, to be honest, and this is at no fault at all of Expedition 33, I wasn't having a good time. There's a certain point where streaming these games and playing these games just aren't the same thing at all. The game itself's been beautiful. But I haven't had a chance to play for a week now because Monday was Doom Race prep, Tuesday and Wednesday was Doom Race, Thursday was I can't feel my fucking hands anymore, and Friday, which was supposed to be X33, I took the kid to school and I came back to go to work and I just sort of fell into a little hole where I was bought a whole fucking massive collection of 3D mini STL files and then switched over to a smaller nozzle on the 3D printer and just started printing. Finally, something I've been setting up for a while. Started printing a bunch of 3D printed minis. real smooth and real sexy, and fucking with supports and all this other crap. And then yesterday, sat down with my kid and started painting them. So it was just, yeah, it just sort of all happened. And then now it's Sunday again. I'm like, fuck. It's Sunday. I've got a sponsored gig on Tuesday. I think Night Rain is Wednesday or Thursday. And then I want to play Death Stranding 1 on PC. The first time. Never played it on PC before. And I got a fucking rip snorting fucking rig now that can probably make it look better than the PlayStation version. And I just want to straight through the story. I want to experience Death Stranding story with insanely crisp pacing right before Death Stranding 2. What's the sponsor gig? Gobbledygook. I don't know. I played through Death Stranding 2 twice. First when it launched, and second when Director's Cut launched. Nice tumbler glass. Oh, thanks, bro. Cheers. It doesn't smell right, man. Doesn't smell right. Something's wrong with the water. I'm not into it. You know what we're going to do about that? Sorry, I'm just checking what game. The game is a fucking twin stick shooting roguelike, and I'm doing the sponsored gig with Peeve again. Right. Section 13. Section 13. Looked cool enough. Peeve was in. Looks like there's a demo. The duo sellout squad strikes again. You goddamn right. I just had a look at who made it and what kind of experience it was, and was like, yeah, sure, why not? Looks somewhere between cutesy fun, everybody, let's play WoW together, and dark, gritty. Oh my god, how good is Dark Souls? So, like, it's not like it jumps out at me as, oh my god, look at that art style. I've never seen a video game that looks like this before. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's got health bars and currencies and colorful graphics. I'm serious. I'm telling you, I don't think I like video games. I don't know when it happened. I don't know how it happened. Actually, I know exactly how it happened, but I just don't think I like video games anymore. I think I'm not a person for video games anymore. Maybe like bang out my fucking PlayStation 3 and play Metal Gear Solid. Sure, like that's a bit different, but I don't think I should play anything that hasn't been out for 10 years. Starting soon. The next generation of excessive profanity will be indie only, with only the most fucking rarest of exceptions. And preferably, yeah, at least 10 years old. Time to take up knitting. I'm probably going to keep painting and 3D printing. Guess what I bought yesterday? I was just down the street with the family wandering, and I went into an electronics store, and I bought... I had been watching some videos because a friend of mine makes them about like circuit boards and resistors and capacitors and I've been wanting a soldering iron for a while so I could fix up all my old controllers and start putting things together. But basically I got a magazine, a fucking magazine, and like a kit for building circuit boards, and like a starter's sort of, and I bought a soldering iron. I had been wanting a soldering iron for ages, as I said, so I was like, fuck it, I'm getting a soldering iron while they're on sale. And yeah, I don't know. Between you and me, I would much rather be trying to learn how to solder resistors onto a fucking breadboard or a PCB than playing video games right now. It's just where I'm at. I couldn't give a fuck about the shit. It just all looks the fucking same. X33 is the exception right now, I'm telling you. Even though it's largely just my past wrapped up into the future. It's beautiful. Next stop is getting a subscription to a hacker box. Is it? I don't know what's next on the menu, but I would much rather do that than knit. Is all I'm saying. Like, there's other shit than knitting and video games, right? That's all I'm saying. Fun as fuck. Yeah, man. I started looking into it because of Xander. Because obviously he's a kid and he's 3D printing, and I feel like it's not always the way, but if you have people around you that are making things and building things and doing things, you're much more likely to ask how it works or want to try and make your own things. And little questions like, can we make the eyes light up, can be answered with, actually, yes, I think we can make the eyes light up. We just need to do this, this, and this, right? What would be the process for making the eyes light up on this toy that you just made, right? Can it be done? Rather than, fuck if I know. So just me being interested in more of these kinds of things and learning how to do these kinds of things may end up being a conduit for him to experiment with more of them. Or the new one. There's a new kid coming next month. Maybe he'll be into it. Same reason why I was playing guitar and drums and stuff. And while I will continue to. Just to have and foster an environment of learning and perfecting skills. And why I'll keep forcing my kid to paint shit with me every Saturday morning, regardless of how much he sucks. Anyway, yeah, I'd much rather do that. That's all I'm thinking about lately. Video games, like Section 13, we're going to check that out on Tuesday. They're going to give me a little bag and I get to play it with Peeve, and 2 hours of playing video games with your friends for a little bit of money on the side, and that's fine with me. But am I excited? Play another video game? I'm really not. Am I excited to play Death Stranding 2? You're fucking damn fucking right. I dream about it. I dream about that song. To the Wilder. It just keeps coming back at me, Maybe try VR. My kid got a VR for Christmas, which he never ever uses. And I did. And after a little bit, like I had a PlayStation subscription. So I did a little exploring on the VR realm. And then I hooked it up to the PC, I got some fucking mods, some shit, cool. And I bought Half-Life Alyx and haven't played it. And then I got the only 3D VR game I've ever played, Beat Saber. And I modded the fuck out of it, and it's the only thing I play. It's right there. That's it. I have zero interest in anything else. Done. Found the one VR game. Cool. VR's done. Put VR on the shelf. Next. Is Xander interested in the Switch too? Yeah, I think so. I pre-ordered one because I don't know. For him? Nah, he didn't play Mario Kart. The game's on it. Me? Do I like Mario Kart still? Let's find out. I think I do. I think I'm kind of excited for one evening of Mario Kart with Lopes and Peeve, maybe Cowboy. Just get the boys together and bash out some fucking Mario Kart and see what Mario Kart is now. What is it been 8 years since the Mario Kart game came out? And I've still got Mario Kart on the SNES and Mario Kart on the Nintendo 64, both the cartridges that I grew up with, in my kid's room, connected to a CRT monitor right now. So I can always go and play some fucking Mario Kart if I want to. Mario Kart 8, let's face it, was a banger. There's nothing I can say bad about Mario Kart 8. It was this fucking never-ending, gorgeous, fucking continually adding more fucking sick shit to it. I loved it. So yeah, I'm playing some fucking Mario Kart. Yeah, fair enough, Eternal Lasting. Look, I feel like that's exactly how it would have gone for me if FromSoft hadn't announced a vampire game. But, like, I'm getting a Switch 2 anyway, and it's not like they're going to get cheaper. And I don't give a fuck if they release an OLED model, because I'll never play it as a handheld, especially now with the Steam Deck. What the fuck would it... It's always going to be an on-TV console for me. So, like, honestly, It's either pre-order one and get it now, and maybe get some value out of it, or try and buy one later if there are any available with manufacturing shortages or whatever the fuck. I don't know. So, yeah. Might as well. Alex is the game that killed other VR games for me. Nothing else is on its level. Yeah, I heard it's good. I just figured if I'm going to do Half-Life Alex, I should do a Half-Life playthrough and get in the mood, you know? We'll see. There's no chance I buy a Switch 2 at this point unless the missus really want. I'll be honest with you. I'll level with you. Some of you might already know where this is going, but there was a stream last year wherein I tried to fix my son's Switch. It was actually my wife's Switch and my Switch, and then my son was born and became his Switch. So much so that he changed the profile name, my profile, to his name, and changed the profile picture to Mario. He must have been 3 when he did this. I shit you not. And then made another profile and named that one me and put my picture on it. So that he could then have my fucking profile and all my fucking save games, because he had his save games on that profile and not... Little fucker. Anyway, I tried to fix his Switch because the fan in it had gone. And I pulled it all apart on stream, right here. This little I want to get into electronics thing, this is a seed that's been growing for a while now. And I pulled it all apart and put it all back together. I put a new fan in it and it was fucking perfect. Everything worked except the fucking SD card slot, which is really finicky and an absolute cunt, to be honest. Didn't go in properly, apparently. And because the Switch was so old, I had threaded the fucking screws putting them back in. There was no way to de-screw it. I tried the super glue thing and the rubber band thing. Could not get the fucking back off again. So, if you put an SD card in and then bump the Switch, it'll disconnect the SD card, which forces a pop-up on the Switch to be like, hey, you need to reset the Switch. So for a kid, he's still not at the point where he can decide which games go on the actual device and which games go on the SD card. And any fucking time he decides games that I want to play while I'm portable go on this, and when it's fixed go here, he'll just want the other one there, and it's all just been an absolute nightmare. This tiny little fucking thing. So getting a Switch 2 as a replacement Switch rather than buying a replacement Switch, because kinda I fucked it up. And this thing is the launch Switch. It's a bit, bit gunky. Got some brand new awesome pads that I got in Japan, but other than that, it's a bit, yuck. I kind of regretted buying a Switch 2. I should have got a Steam Deck. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say you're wrong. No. Can't you cancel the pre-order? Like a Steam Deck is... I use the Steam Deck every single day. Every single day. I reckon I'm nearly fucking finished Portable Ops on that bitch, man. And I only ever finished Portable Ops once on a PSP. And Portable Ops on a PSP sucked so much ass. That fucking PSP, like, you remember the knobbly little analog stick on that fucking thing and shit? It was such a challenge to play it on that piece of shit hardware. I fucking hated it. Playing it on a Steam Deck, customizing all the controls exactly the way I want them, using the fucking haptic pads, it's a dream come true. I don't even want to play it on a controller. Like, good. G'day, Dave. How are you, man? Yeah. Oh! I never got the Switch 1 for Bayonetta 3. I'll wait for that amazing game for the Switch 2. Do you think Bayonetta 3 will have one of those paid upgrades? $10 upgrades Bayonetta 3 so that it runs on the Switch 2? Or will it just run on the Switch 2 natively better? Yes, it was. It's on the list. Because if that's why I bought a Switch 2. I didn't know why I bought it at the time, but it was I preemptively got it so that I could play Bayonetta 3 at a higher frame rate. Maybe I already played it on PC. Oh, okay. Did you emulate it at a good frame rate? Fuck you. I hate you. It'll run on a Steam Deck. It probably will run on a Steam Deck better than on a Switch 2. That's funny. Because it's true. I remember you tormenting yourself playing on you mean I Want to Be the Boshi. I never played I Want to Be the Guy. And I didn't torment myself. I built a career out of that playthrough. Fuck you. All I'm really worried about in the end, load times. I don't care what the heck the game is. That's an odd position. Like, I'm trying to imagine a human. Kind of like one of these video games where you make a character. I'm trying to imagine you. What do you look like? All I really have to go on is that you don't give a fuck about the console or the game that you're playing. Probably I can extrapolate from that. You don't care about the controller that you're playing either. You don't care about how comfortable you are, where you're seated. None of this is relevant. The only thing that seems to matter to you is how long it takes the fucking game to load. Like, do you not have a dick that you can pull while the game loads? Were you not around for PlayStation 2? What the fuck? Who gives a fuck about load times? They're either instant, sick, let's go, or they're not, and you have a wank or smoke a cigarette or something. Just, it sounds to me like this is something that a problem you can solve, regardless of the load speeds of the goddamn fucking Switch, you know? Damn, man, when do people get so impatient? How can you say I don't care about the games, just the load times? I mean, you got the word tech in your name. Maybe this is, you know, this is all graphs for you.
Here's an old one.
Hey, Eddie!
Almost as old as
Hang on, mate. Good to see ya. Always had a quick wank and tug during load times? Absolutely. Sometimes you get excited about it, you know? Fuck yeah. I know. Metal Gear Solid 4. Woo! I'm gonna have 6 wanks per fucking loading screen of that. Beautiful. Meant to take a PS2 load screen for a wank? I mean, it's one of the options anyway. It's certainly what I've defaulted to. I'd have Snake up on one screen, smoking a cigarette, Porn up on the other. Fucking easy. You know? Where were we? Switch 2. I needed a new Switch anyway. Mario Kart World looks like it'll be fun. Maybe. It's Mario Kart. I've never not had fun with a Mario Kart game, I guess. Maybe because I'm just fucking so good at them, you know? Like, I fucking own at Mario Kart. Oh, I just got USB to fuck, man. I put it in, it wouldn't go in. I turned it wouldn't go in. I turned it back, it wouldn't go in. I turned it wouldn't go in. And on the 5th fucking time it went in. Which means it was the same as the first time. How did it not go in the first time, but the 5th time? It's just not... It's not reasonable. My first post? Welcome to excessive profanity, my friend. I'd like my Tears of the Kingdom to load faster. The wank was already done well before the game was loaded. Good on you. Switch Pro Controller. That's the right answer. Good job. Yeah, no, fair enough. Tears of the Kingdom, I did play some of. Probably about 100 hours, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. A lot of it I played with my son, which was good. I don't personally remember the load times being super bad. But I mean, I wouldn't... Would I pay $10 to upgrade it? Yeah, probably. I'm a fucking idiot. And if I didn't pay $10 to upgrade it, would it still run better? Is the Switch 2 able to natively utilize the new hardware without the upgrade? And just run better? Like run at a higher frame rate? I can't think of any reason why it wouldn't. Knowing Nintendo, probably not. I don't see how. You're basically just putting it on new hardware, like any game. It should be a... Yeah. I don't fucking know. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Either way, I will always buy the Nintendo consoles that come out because A, there will be exclusives that I do want to try, regardless of whether or not I get a lot of value out of them. And B, I think Nintendo is still, like, they're the cunts doing the R&D, you know?
A new expletive has joined the court.
Thanks, brother. Welcome to the expletives. Now, I've always felt this way with Nintendo. I've always felt like they're pushing the boundaries in ways that others aren't. They are the trend setters. And I know there's plenty of reasons to fucking hate Nintendo, and I'm right there with you. Don't get me wrong. I have a Steam Deck with every fucking emulated game on it possible, okay? I'm on your side. However, the Nintendo fucking DS, like, was sick as fuck forever, man. And the 3DS rocked, and the Switch... Honestly, I liked my fucking Wii and my Wii U as well. Like, there were plenty of fucking good games, and the whole big fuck off controller. Like, I will always play Wind Waker on my Wii U, because having the menu open at all times and not having to switch between the two of them in that game in particular, especially when you're sailing around the island, you can just look at the fucking map while you're sailing and shit. Like, this is fucking amazing shit. And it was the precursor to the Switch. And the Switch went, like, this is what Nintendo Game Boy games look like, right? This is what mobile games look like. And then in the blink of an eye, you can just play the brand new Zelda while you're taking a shit. Now, honestly, you could do that with the Wii U too. As long as where you were taking a shit was reasonably close to where you kept, like, if you dragged the Wii U console out a bit, as far as the cords would stretch into the hallway, and then grabbed the pad and went for a shit, you could probably still do it. In fact, I may have. But now those restrictions were gone. The Switch was just an absolutely incredible leap in technology, and well before anybody else had done it. And then the Steam Deck looks like a fucking big Switch, and obviously so does the Asus ROG and the fucking whatever the fuck. Like, Nintendo is a big company and has a lot of different verticals, and some of those verticals are dogs that need to be put down. And others are absolute fucking trendsetters, not just in terms of hardware and software design, but branding and characterization and IP, which is why so many of the greatest games of all time come out on Nintendo games, on Nintendo consoles, and why they're still exclusive, because they can be. I don't know whose fucking idea it was to jack the price of the Switch 2 games up to $80 fucking dollars. They want $109 or something for a Switch game out of me now. The Donkey Kong one. I was at the store yesterday. I think it's $109 they want out of me. Switch games are $69 here. That's just how much Switch games have been for 8 years. $69, and they don't go down in price. They stay at $69, right? $109? I don't think they thought about this jump properly. I was getting sick of buying $69 Switch games for my kid who doesn't fucking play them already. I am paying $109 for them. The pricing's what put me off. Yeah, the console itself is almost twice the price of a fucking Switch, right? Thank fuck I enjoy boats and the open seas. Fuck yeah, brother. Anyway, I'm happy to buy a Switch 2 because I think Nintendo are still pushing the boundaries. I'm interested to see what they do this time. And if I get hurt by the purchase, the fallback is I needed a Switch 1 replacement anyway. I have 50 fucking Switch games out there. I have an 8-year-old who absolutely plays a lot of Switch. And although the last year or so, he's been much more PlayStation 5 PC, there were a good 4 fucking years there where the Switch was his. All right? We passed it around to play Animal Crossing on the same island, on the same Switch. We had great fucking value out of that thing. 8 years of the Switch 1, got my fucking money's worth 1,000 times over. And I got a new kid coming. I'm almost positive that when that kid's 3, he's going to be all over that Switch too. This is not a bad deal for me in my particular circumstances. And then again, there's a couple games on the Switch that I'm probably going to want to play too. That vampire shit from FromSoft, I'm going to give that a fang. Looks good. PvP FromSoft vampires. I'll try it. Fucking love my Wii U. I use it on as a TV remote. Yeah, dude, absolutely. I know the Wii U didn't do well for a lot of people, but it was fine for me. I still have it plugged in. My kid played Yoshi's fucking Woolly World on it, and Yoshi's Crafted World on it, and Wind Waker. You know, there's still a good reason for me to have a Wii U in my house connected to a TV. And again, I got another kid coming up. There's a whole bunch more fucking, you know, going back through that same catalog of games. And it's also a Wii. Great. I'm gonna play me some Metroid Prime again, you know? Metroid Prime Trilogy. Or a couple other things. It's good. Kid gets a Switch 2. Or Kid 2 gets the Switch 2, yeah. I say I bought the Switch 1 for my wife to play Zelda. Because at the time I was like, I already played the Zelda. I played it on the Wii U. I'm good. I don't need a Switch. But my wife will want to play it in bed and make it easier. And cool, it looks alright. Fuck it, why not? As a hard Nintendo fan, I still suggested the Steam Deck with better value. Oh, absolutely. If you don't have a Steam Deck, I think the Switch 2 is a better deal. There are a few caveats. Do you mind emulating? Do you like tinkering? Are there Switch exclusives that you're really looking forward to or gagging for because they might not run on the Steam Deck? I haven't emulated a Switch game on the Steam Deck yet. I'm pretty sure you can. The GameCube games work perfectly, but I haven't emulated current gen yet. So, and it would require some tinkering. There are reasons why I would recommend a Switch or a Switch 2 over a Steam Deck. They'd be very, very small use case stuff. In general, the Steam Deck's the way to go. Oh, just having all your PlayStation games on the fucking thing, man. I'm loving it. I'm Einhander and fucking Final Fantasy Tactics and fucking, as I say, Portable Ops. Just loving Portable Ops lately. Does your kid know how to use a PC? It was the biggest issue with my daughter as she was touching the screen, thinking that's how it would work. If there's a kid, next kid, we already decided to teach that way sooner. I got Xander a PC when he was about 5. And he started on Minecraft. He didn't use touch devices before that. There were no iPads and phones. Obviously he touched my phone and my wife's phone every now and then, but not to the point where that would become the default interface. He used the Wii and the Switch and stuff. I guess the Switch is also touchscreen, technically. I don't think I've ever used it that way. It was always plugged in. But yeah, I don't like the touch stuff, and I don't like the devices. I like the old school shit. So it wasn't really a problem for him. However, using a mouse and keyboard was a problem, particularly when it came to accessing windows, files, opening up, loading things. He is a total fucking whiz now. He just sits there and mods his own shit now, right? No, he's not making the mods. He's modding games by following instructions on Google, but I don't need to interface with him at all. He just does that shit now, it's fine. But at the time, things like, I want to play this song, were complicated. So, I gave him my other Stream Deck. Some of you might have been around for this. But I had the Stream Deck on his computer all set up with all of his favorite songs, and sometimes it'd be a YouTube video that he wanted to watch, so it would open up, and it'd be a song, I should say. He's not allowed to use YouTube, but a song on YouTube, like a music video. Come up, push that button, opens up. So we started with that as the default interface, as a way to supplement the mouse and keyboard. I could boot up Minecraft, he could play Minecraft. We stuck pictures of Minecraft objects all over the walls with the names of them next to them, so he could type them. Ladder, L-A-D-D, you know. That was helpful, because again, you can't just access that information on a computer easily if you don't know how to open up a web browser and search for it, right? And at the time, it took a while to get that in. So yeah. That's how we did it. Don't know how it'll be with the next one. We'll see. I just emulate the games I want on my Steam Deck. Actually, thanks to my Steam Deck, I'm playing Wind Waker for the first time with the HD version on GameCube. Nice, dude. Nice. It's scratching that itch I haven't had in a minute. It's just so beautiful, right? It looks so good on the Steam Deck. Everything runs so nice. I'm loving it too. Bringing games to life in ways that they never have been before. I had to factory reset my Steam Deck recently because updates got messed up for some reason. I occasionally get like a interface loading issue with Decky, and it's like restart Steam, close Decky, whatever. That's it. He prefers it now, but it was wild to have to go from just touching everything. I think there was a time I bought my wife a new laptop, and I specifically chose one that had touchscreen so that Xander could draw on it and shit, but it was just fucking shit, and he never used it, and my wife hated it, and eventually it was a Dell, so it didn't last very fucking long. Now she's got an Asus gaming rig. She's hardcore. Can you emulate old ROMs on the Steam Deck? Fucking oath, you fucking motherfucking can. I got everything on it. Everything. Everything. 1 terabyte SD card. Emu Deck on that natively. It gives you like a ROM structure folder, BIOS structure folder. You just put whatever you want on it. Got to pay a premium for a good touchscreen. Yeah. I think I spent $1,200. It wasn't, breaking the bank. But I specifically went for that version because you could fold it back, and then it was a touchscreen device. And at the time, it was like Xander's learning to use Paint. Learning to use a mouse with Paint is one thing. Being able to just touch the screen or use one of those pens or something. Like, I still wish I had lent harder into that. But he draws with pen and paper, textures and shit, so it doesn't matter too much. But I feel like there are other kids that will benefit greatly from having the ability to draw on a screen intuitively, at a very young age. Like learning how to change colors and fill and paint and copy and paste and do layers at an early age rather than just the traditional drawing on paper could be huge. An LG screen in an MSI laptop, and that shit was almost as good as the Wacom tablet? Really? That's fucking cool. Well, maybe kid number 2. Sup, Zelron? How you going, mate? I'm going to load into the game in a sec. I just need to organize a drink. I'm having an issue. I need to solve it. Just give me a sec. Enjoy this same fucking song. Won't be long. Sorry, folks. I decided to just make a cup of tea. Thing is, I gotta take my teeth out to drink the tea. I don't love being on camera with my teeth out. Maybe it won't be a big deal. Let's see. If you do happen to occasionally notice that I'm missing a fucking tooth and that there's a giant steel spike in its place, please don't let it put you off. How's the mouth going? Great. Yeah, excellent. No pain. All good. Just waiting now for another 2 months to get a replacement tooth put onto the spike, I guess. Right. So, if I remember correctly, we have done some extra endgame side shit with CL and with Luna. Mayal has given us a mission. We've done some shit with SKA, which got us the underwater stuff, but we haven't actually done anything with Minoko. And I'm not sure how much more endgame shit I should be focusing on. There are some big-ass bosses I want to kill and stuff, but it might be better to wrap this thing up before Night Rain. Or before this, I don't know. We'll just see how we go. But at the very, very fucking least, before I went to the end of the game, I would want to make sure that I had done all of the character stories to fruition. And I believe Minoko is the one that I've yet to speak to at all. And then we have a mission for Mayal we can have a look at. So let's work on that today.
So, how are you going to win back their trust?
You're really enjoying this, aren't you?
Can't rely on good hair and charm anymore. So, what's the plan? Well, at least everyone's still talking to you.
Of course I'd like to spend some time with Minoko. We have to resurrect his son, I believe, as part of his story, I imagine, anyway. Verso approaches Minoko, who looks deep in thought. Minoko is thinking about what happened after the paintress was expelled from the canvas.
Everything.
How does it feel? Reaching one's goal after so many years. At the end of the day, I'm just a gestural. I always support you, but still.
Will a duel help you feel better?
Not today.
Oh, I had a feeling that's what he was going to say.
I know I shouldn't grow attached to humans. They are ephemeral creatures. They come and go. And when they go, they never come back. Yet, I share their sadness. I share their joy.
Because Verso knew what you were like outside the canvas, and I know what you're like inside here. You are the most loyal friend, and certainly not just a gestural.
When I left you 10 years ago, I convinced myself that it was for the grandest sake. But really, I could no longer watch the death of expedition after expedition.
Fair, bruv. Hey, VX. Awesome, dude. Enjoy the VODs. They'll still be around for another 60 days. Then after that, they'll be relegated to the XPTV live channel. And thank you for watching. It's been a week since since we've been able to do a Expedition 33 show. I think you'll bridge that gap very quickly. Hopefully we'll wrap it up soon so that I can move on to some other stuff. Though I feel like this game's going to stick with me for some fucking time. Garrus and I started talking about it the other day, and I reckon 2 hours passed with that. And we had to be very careful because Weddy was peripheral as well, and he's playing it off stream. If I did just So that Dion Fernandez.
I remember you. Back from war, are we?
Gets the sub
Good.
response they deserve. Thank you, darling. Welcome back. Thanks for 20 months. I hope you're enjoying the show. Cheers.
Yeah. I know.
Yet here I am with you again. Am I loyal because that's who I am? Or because Verso painted me that way?
You're not any more real than I am. That's a reality we have to accept.
And have you accepted it? Sometimes I wish things could go back to how they were before. When we could play with Clair, Aline, and Renoir.
Aline and Renoir with mum, dad, and the sister. Yeah. This is before Mael was born, presumably. I was thinking too, like, if you're not real, and he's not real, and every one of the expeditions that you've been so sad to see them die aren't real, and basically everything and everyone you've ever known except 4 people aren't real, are you really not real? I feel like it's kind of like the relationship mortals have with the gods, you know? There's a few of them, and they're a different kind of real. They have special powers and sit on special pedestals, but the rest of us, we're not fake, just mortal. Another thought, perspective in this game. Does being created make you any less real? Only by definition, right? But this blurs the definitions in some fun ways.
It felt like nothing bad could happen to any of us.
Good times never last.
Bad times seem to have made themselves comfortable, though.
Well, it's up to us to make sure they go away. Want to go hunt some Nevrons? We are absolutely not ready to take on like in the good old days.
Yeah!
That would warm my heart.
Nice.
Then let's go get cut in half.
Beautiful. Monaco is touched by Verso's willingness to endure bodily harm to raise his spirits. And Verso knows Monaco would do the same for him. Nice. So their little side mission together, their post-game side mission is, let's go kill some hard shit. They battle a few Nevrons in the middle of the night, like in the good old days, before returning to the others. Oh, it's not. It's just a skipped sequence. Damn. I feel like there could have been a mission in that. Oh, he's covered in blood! Brilliant. I think having free will instead of being on a programmed routine is what separates it to me. I think then we're talking about consciousness, really, are we not? Free will? In which case, yeah, I think that's the line.
Well now, he is an old one. Almost as old as me.
Pawns! 52 months, mate. How you going, dude? Good to see you. Hope you're enjoying your Age of Wonders. I'm exceptionally jealous. I need to finish this so I can play some more. And Civ, how you going, dude? What's cracking, baby? Good to see you, mate. What's going on? What if there were gods above the gods? Would that make the gods below less real? Maybe. But then asking that question would be as stupid as asking, what if there were gods above the gods above the gods? Would that make the gods above the gods less real than the gods above the gods above the gods? And then, of course, we could just go on ad infinitum. So we wouldn't ask that, Princelet, would we? Because that would be stupid. Unless we had some evidence to suggest that there were gods above the gods, or gods above the gods above the gods. We don't, so we wouldn't. Pointless. Not sure why my resub didn't come through. Oh, whoa. Thanks anyway, my friend. Cheers. I love you still cracking through this banger. Yeah, I want to get as much of it done as possible before June. I've still got a little bit of time. There's obviously other things to do, but this game's worth it. That said, I will need to head towards the end at some point pretty soon, I think. lest I get caught with my pants down. No, June. Not Dune. June. The month. Although I might be playing Dune in June. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see with that one. It's got advanced access, which always makes things complicated. But no, I want to play Death Stranding 1, and then Death Stranding 2, which is the 23rd, I think. So, you know, like this stuff's good. Don't get me wrong. Love me a JRPG, but I wouldn't trade up Death Stranding for anything. That's it's a new Metal Gear game. Really, as far as it feels for me, it's the same way I've felt for the past 28 years of Metal Gear Solid releases. You know, maybe 25 years. I don't think I felt this way for the first one. But it's different. It's different than the release of a game for me. If you could pick 3 adjectives to describe this game, what would it be? Long, arduous. No, I'm just kidding. It would be beautiful, nostalgic, and beautiful because it's so easy to apply to. It's so ambiguous. It's beautiful gameplay. It's beautiful graphics. Nostalgic because it's just such a love letter to how everything was built back in the day, and it doesn't use any modern game design to influence the way that we play it. Yeah, same, Civ, same. French? I don't know. Don't know enough about the French. I've only been to France a couple of times, and nothing about this game screams French to me other than the language and the penchant for art. But I don't necessarily associate art with the French. For me, art's very English. But I guess it depends on where you come from. So I certainly wouldn't say French. And of course, it's a Japanese RPG. In every single way. So there's not very French there either, is it? Being made in France certainly doesn't make it anything less. Did you fight mimes? Right. Mimes are very French, are they? I guess so. I've not really interfaced with any mimes. There weren't any in Paris or Nice or Marseille. It's actually a style of art. Yes. Apparently something to do with contrast. The third one would have to come down to something like competence. It strives to achieve a certain thing and absolutely nails it. Competence might be too weak. Excellence too vague. It's somewhere in between those. Watch any of the DS2 content that floated around? No. I did watch the trailer, but I don't want to see any gameplay. I don't want to know anything about the game before I play it. But the trailer itself, and the beautiful fucking soundtrack to accompany it was lovely. Chiaroscuro in Italian. Yep, there you go. Ignored all of it except the trailer. Yep. That's fine that people want to know more about it. Fair enough. But, you know, I know I'm going to play it, so I don't need to see anything.
So, how are you going to win back their trust?
You're really enjoying this, aren't you?
Can't rely on good hair and charm anymore. So, well, at least everyone's still talking to you.
Yep. Confidence is nice.
It is a beautiful evening. The colors in the sky, the shining of the stars.
Definitely. Confidence. Love it. Well played.
Tonight is a night full of promise.
Is it?
We shall bring Noko back.
I thought you wanted to wait until things calm down.
Who knows how much time tomorrow will allow? No. Let us give Noko the gift of today. It's a simple journey to the sacred river.
Which I've visited already.
We're not far. It's close to the station.
Golgra won't be happy that you're jumping the queue again.
I'll deal with Golgra later. You helped me bring Noko back once before. Will you help us again? My friend.
Always.
Verso promised Minoko that they would bring Noko back. The sacred river is not far from Minoko's station, the north.
Good. Okay. Then I know exactly where to go and what to do. I was hoping it would be something as straightforward as that, and I expected it would be exactly that, because I'd already been to the Sacred River, so that makes sense. Good. SKA take off. Fly.
Here I come.
I wonder if, Wow. You absorb my AP? Okay.
Watch out.
Seems we have some pretty big fights yet left to fight on. Do I still have something that removes shield for you? No, I think it was Minoko who was piercing the shields, and she had something that removes them or went past them, but not anymore. So I think probably shoot him down. Start with this, I think. He might absorb all AP at the beginning of every turn. That could be a problem.
Born once more.
I see.
Let's dance. Ready?
Just a little bit of a cunt? Certainly one I got a build for.
Still need your help. Now or never.
Right, Lightfell, yeah. Have you finished the game yet? No. I mean, it gives you this situation, right? Where it's like, do you want to go to the end of the game or do you want to do all the other stuff? I don't understand people that choose the latter, the former. I don't know if I ever can.
Son, here I come.
That said, I'm running out of time
Flesh
to stream
through
this
the
game.
Sky.
It might make sense for me to go and do the end of it and to put it down, but know that once I put it down, I'm not picking it back up again. You know, I'm not. There's a sacred river here, yeah. And once I see the end, this is going on the shelf, and I'll play it again in half a decade or something, right? Maybe. Who knows how many other JRPGs are going to come out. I still haven't gone back to play Final Fantasy X. Now fair, I played that shit like 5 times, but I never... If you'd asked me 10 years ago if I wouldn't play Final Fantasy X in the next 10 years, I'd have said you were fucking crazy. I don't know. Wanted to finish this and Infinite Wealth before DS2 came out. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
I know.
The smell of proper
Because that's the
devotion.
same excuse everybody always gives.
Old friend, we've missed you.
I didn't have time to play the game properly. As a game. In the way that I would have played the game when I was a teenager. In the way that I used to play games like this. The reason why I love these games is because of the way that I played them, but I don't have time to play them that way anymore. So what's the point? Is it just sprint through on an easy difficulty, getting the story from all the new games because there's so many new games? Is that gaming now? It's fair enough, but I'm out. I'm sorry, this was fun. I had a great time. I'm not interested anymore in gaming. In modern gaming. Was here, yeah. I've had enough. So if I don't have time to play these games properly and enjoy them in the way that I enjoyed them before, well, I'm certainly not here for the fucking story. So I don't see much point. Slim, there you go, man. Good to see you. Then, of course, to do everything, get fulfilled with a good endgame experience, I got to put a lot more time and effort in too. I enjoyed this because I was playing for the story. Yeah. I read. I don't find this stuff particularly compelling. It's still just awkward video game narrative for me. It's never gonna come close to a film or a or a book. Can't. All weird animations and I don't know. Doesn't do the narrative part well, like a book does, and it doesn't do the cinematic part well, like a movie does. It does the interactive part well. That's the focus. Skipping the interactive part for the story, not for me. Not why I played these games as a kid. Not why I have any interest in playing them now. Certainly not the direction I'll be headed. Really love coming here every time it feels like the soundtrack is saying he's playing Automata. Okay, there are definitely some Automata-y songs in here, but I wouldn't say this is one of them. But good to see you, Red. How you going, mate? Off to bed? No worries, I'll see you tomorrow. And Seamus, thanks for 30 months. Cheers, mate. Everyone wants to make great games that you play forever and no one has the time to play anything. Yeah, I feel like I'd rather skip a bunch of games and just play a few well than zoom through for the story. But if people like the story, fair enough. I think it's a very good video game story. It's incredibly good, actually. Beautiful cast of characters, well supported, the plot's super unique and interesting, and it plays into the interactive elements incredibly well. But when I used to critique video games, there were a bunch of different categories that you would score them in. Story was only one of them. If I'm not giving it the full experience, I'm not getting the full experience out of it, if I'm feeling compelled to put it down because there's other things to do, I don't see the point of picking it up in the first place. Especially with a game like this. There's quite a few games recently that exceed movies or books as a storytelling medium. Oh yeah? Do you read much, or do you watch Marvel films? Or is it just the games? I don't know. I can't agree. I can't bounce on your take of my take, if you don't include anything at all. And you didn't. So, can't do much with that other than say we may be operating on different levels of appreciation of art and entertainment. Perhaps you just didn't include any examples? Keep the suspense going? The Sacred River, where Gestrels are reborn after death. Do you wish to resurrect Noko? Damn right.
Haven't been here in a while.
The Sacred River. Let's make haste. I don't want her to spot up.
Manoko. That's what came about for me, lazy.
You're trying to skip the queue again, you old, lazy, retired warrior?
How did you even know I was here?
You're carrying dozens of feet around. I can smell them from the other side of the continent.
Fair point.
We've been over this before. See all these Gestrels? They're waiting in the queue like everyone else.
It's a stupid rule. We should just bring them all back now.
You know that would be chaos. There aren't enough adult Gestrels to shepherd all the newborns. Plus, I hate all the noise. Can you imagine a forest full of baby Gestrels?
You leave me no choice then.
Oh no. Think twice, Minoko.
I have already thought about it thrice. Golgra, I demand a trial by combat.
Ah, fuck. I was hoping you'd say that. She just beat the piss out of me before and fucked up a whole Gestrel arena and did some shit that I think if you don't like get it the first time, you just can't do it anymore. And this is a rough follow-up.
Do I have to participate?
Please help me.
For Noko, then.
May both of you survive this. Maybe we do get... We do get a Minoko Verso finale. That's cute. Very cute. I'm playing Romancing Saga 2 Remake, and after this, and IW, Infinite Wealth. Fucking Yakuza shit, yes. And after the Yakuza shit, it just feels so archaic. The old mechanics. I think the more... There has been a long period of pretty average JRPGs. Maybe Atlas is probably the best, but these guys, the better these ones get, the more archaic the old ones will feel for sure. Not to mention the incredible voice acting and the fucking smooth and crisp cuts and animations and stuff. Like, all that stuff's gonna... I don't know. I haven't gone back and played Lufia for a while. Maybe I'd feel differently. Like, I love this game. Is it Lufia 2? I'm not quite sure if it's up there. We'll find out. Okay, we start with this to get powerful. Oh, we're doing damage. Alright. We should be fine. This is clearly not the Golgro we were fighting before. Whatever. Just fucking get in there.
I'd love a dance.
Oh, that's right, bitch! I know your combo. It's been a week, I still know your fucking combos. And I still haven't beaten her either. On either of the fucking... Well, I beat her once. It was a baby one. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Old but gold. Look at you. Old but gold indeed. You fucking legend. You know all about old, don't you, mate? I love you. Good to see you. You're doing well. Cheers, mate. I'm gonna pop that. Been superseded. I find myself wanting more complexity in how the battles rolled out compared to this this enemy is weak to axe. Yeah. Well, there is a lot more complexity and depth to the combat in these ones as well. But then, yeah, I don't know. Older Final Fantasies. Like if I played Final Fantasy VIII right now, would I feel like that there wasn't enough depth and complexity to the draw system? I don't know. Some people didn't feel that way when it came out. I loved it. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna save and get a fire out. Oh, that was a big bird. Oh shit. Yeah, that's right, bitch. That was a huge bird.
Yeah.
Triple hit. Now we just go again. Look at that bird! This is just my boy.
Watch
Oh,
out.
she went Super Saiyan. Oh. 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 That's fine. Everything's fine. Gotta get to S. Oh, the burn application is so insane on him. I love it.
Watch out.
Crazy combo.
Time to bleed.
It's just, yeah, I feel like if I don't want to do all this stuff, you know, get all the extra bits, get all the juice, do all the hard fights, use all the things that I've collected and all the time that I've put in this playthrough to do the most crazy fucking cool ass shit and get the sweetest rewards, why do I want to play? And as I said, if the answer is I just wanted the story, fair enough. But that'll never be enough for me. So if I'm going to do these things, I have to do them properly.
Bibo, tu come feito? Passano di squad sessione.
I might fail
Che
at that
de-
lofty goal because life's a bitch. But I'll try not to. It's almost time for my squat lesson. It's leg day. Sorry. Can't finish this fight.
Oh, come on. You're just afraid of losing.
Monoko, if it were anyone else, I would agree wholeheartedly. However, I've seen what this bitch can do, and trust me, she ain't afraid of shit.
Monoko, please, shut up.
Che gadi da entertain me se... Pure
You
come
did
Aoira,
entertain me,
Monoko.
so I'll let it slide this time, Monoko.
Mano, che robani.
Go ahead. Bring him back.
I won't say thank you. Thank you.
Gorgeous line delivery.
Oh, it's so good to hear your voice.
Hey, Noko. How's my favorite merchant?
Gogra, are you crying?
Teno.
Not yet, I'm afraid. We have a mission. Do you remember our expeditioner friends?
No?
They'll be happy to see you. They were very worried. Come, let's go back to camp. We found many treasures for you to trade.
Maro tu la Noko tu villaggio.
Let me take
Noko
Noko to the
viva.
village. It's always disorienting for the newly returned. Noko needs time to adjust.
Noko? Mi borona che na villaggio?
Noko, would you like to go back to the village?
But I'm Noko's guardian.
I know you want to keep Noko by your side, but it's safer there. You'll see Noko when we get back to the village.
Wait for me. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Vive to bosira.
Off we go then. I wonder if we head back to the village, do we actually get to hang out with Noko a bit more?
You'll be fine. Better than with you, that's for sure.
That he will be. Thanks for helping. I never understood how Golgra got so freakishly strong.
I could take Golgra by myself.
I will never show you weakness ever again.
Come on. Let's get back to camp.
Very nice.
recently got into Lords of the Fallen. I've been enjoying it much more than I thought I would. A lot of good fun. Yeah, man. I ended up putting that one down because I was playing it as hard as fucking possible, and it was too hard for me in the end. I think I spent 9 days on one boss, and then I was 5 days into another, and just... I think I should go back to Lords of the Fallen, because I really like that game, and I've gone back and done some roguelike runs on it as well. I think I should go back someday, anyway, and just be like, you know what? It's been years since I played this. I'm going to go exploring, leveling up, getting stronger, and come back to this fight later, or something like that. Might be a fun little return too. We'll see. I could do the same thing with Lies of P, more or less. And some other games that I've put down and not gone back to still eat at me. It's just, I like Lords of the Fallen and I like Lies of P, but I don't love them enough to need to see more. Whereas with this, I have to know what happens. Both in terms of what happens to the characters and what happens to the story, but what happens to my team? What happens to their insane superhuman strength levels? What kind of builds do I end up with? You know, how do I take down these certain bosses? And what happens when you do? You know, like, there's a lot. I have to know what happens with this one. There are others where I just don't feel that way. At camp, Minoko sits by himself, thinking. Verso knows his old friend wants to talk, even if he's too proud to admit it. Verso approaches Minoko.
You okay? At least Noko is safe and can begin readjusting.
Every time he returns, he is slightly changed. I mourn the loss of who he was before, but he's still there. My old mentor. Thank you, my friend.
Minoko seems about to cry. What a little bitch. They've always been best friends, but Verso and Minoko's bond grows even stronger from their adventure. Finally, they fuck. They spend a bit more time together as Verso cheers Minoko up. They return to the others. Oh, we got the Minoko tunes? Minoko beats? Wait, no. That's not a music box, you fool. That's a music box. Oh, yes. Oh, it's the... Yeah, baby. It's the Gestural song. Oh, that's so good. What a banger. Needed to take the time to really soak that shit in, Mike. Good on you, man. Yeah. I think we forget, like, the stories in the older Final Fantasy games were fucking amazing, and the characters were fucking amazing, and a big part of that was we hadn't seen anything like that in video games before, and we were all a lot younger, and we probably hadn't read any of the great literature or seen any of the great films, and those industries hadn't matured to the point that they have now, and everything is considerably different in quality. But that wasn't the only reason we liked those games, man. We liked them because they had so much stuff to do, and so much stuff to find, and so many opportunities to make you feel better about yourself, like creating strategies and overcoming challenges and proving yourself better than you thought you were. So many surprises, so many hidden treats, and I feel like, and I don't mean this as a slight against my very good friend Siviji at all. He's an old game critic, he knows what I'm talking about. But in the modern world, if you cut out all of that, and all you're left with is this sort of like hold up and press A, and oh my god, dodging feels so cool, but like I got this and I'm never really out of my depth, so that I can see the next piece of the story and then put it down so I can go back and play something else. I don't know. I'm gonna try to not let that happen to me anymore, you know? fairness, I didn't play it on easy. You probably played it on an easier difficulty than was at your level, is what I'm saying. Because the idea was to get through it, and I didn't rush. Didn't you? I guess the problem is the definitions. I'm a bit binary. I'm a bit black and white. You might have noticed. There's only really two options. You either push yourself and go above and beyond. There must have been so many points in this game where you were like, oh, I can now go and explore everywhere. But I'm not going to. I can go to these hardcore areas, but I'm not going to. Like, there must have been, right? You must have made a decision to be like, instead of doing all this stuff, let me go. 60 hours? What the fuck is 60 hours, though, in a JRPG? I want you to go back to your teenager self and say, yeah, I put 60 hours into it, and see how quickly he kicks your fucking ass. 60 hours? Cunt. 15-year-old you was doing that over a weekend. Perry, I think it was 79 months. Cheers, mate. There you go. Back in a time where you found something, you felt like you were the only one who found that specific thing. Yeah, right? Whereas now you know there's some 100% platinum guide already out that's fucking telling everybody where to get everything that you have worked so hard to find. Times make it different, that's for sure. I want mindless gameplay shit. Just pick up a sports game. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. There's different games for different vibes. That's right. In fairness, I don't play video games for a living. I know you feel like that means that I could play them more, but it doesn't. It actually just stops me from being able to play them. I didn't play this game once since last Sunday. If I wasn't streaming it, I could have played it a lot. Got an hour in here, an hour in there, gone, done this. This game's actually quite good for, I'm just going to go check out this zone for a couple hours and then I'll take a break. In fact, one of the reasons why I've had trouble streaming it is because I'm forced to play it in 6-hour chunks. When naturally, I want to play it for 2 and then I want to go do something else. And then I want to come back and play more. So, playing video games for a living, where it seems like it's easier for me to get through more games, it's actually way more of a restriction. So I end up playing all my strategy games and stuff off stream typically, unless there's a big group of us streaming it together. And then save these big playthroughs for on stream, and it just takes them way fucking longer to happen. Thank you, Clown. Cheers, mate. Hang on. I did skip some. I was so enthralled by the main story, I just wanted more. Fair enough. Fair enough. Again, I'm not judging. I'm just trying to find out what motivates us to play and why. And of course, answering that age-old question that every single cunt fucking comes in and asks, just like Civ today. Are you doing everything, or have you done all the side content, or have you seen the end of the game yet? You know, it was always the same question phrased differently. When to me, it's obvious. If I'd seen the end of the game, I wouldn't be here. I'd be finished. But I feel like I got to do everything before I see the end. Because once I see the end, I know I won't be able to come back. There's a lot of people out there that feel the opposite too. They just get straight through the story, start the whole fucking thing again, and go back through and get everything. Fair enough, you know? It's just, that's the thing I don't think I have time for. Though, ironically, of course, it would probably take less time to do that.
You're really enjoying well.
Oh, I was like, I'm done with Minoko now. I'll just check. I'm not done with Minoko now. What the fuck? We ain't done yet. Verso approaches Minoko. He knows exactly what Minoko is thinking. Oh yeah, pacing, dude. Pacing's another big part of it. Again, we've had this conversation a lot throughout this playthrough. Poor people watching the VODs. You can just skip these. But pacing in a game is set, especially a game like this, it's set by you, right? And if you smash through the story, then all these camps are happening over and over again. Like in the same day, you might go to camp 3 times and have conversations like this with everyone in one day. And in that same day, you also saw the Act 1 end and half of Act 2's fucking story, right? And it's like this, it's like binging a TV show in an afternoon. And some people are obviously going to want that. Whereas I couldn't play it if I see. I don't want cutscenes. I suffer them. And in a game like this, they're a lot easier to suffer. But obviously I don't want them. I'm playing video games. If I wanted to watch TV, I'd be watching TV, you know? Now, that's not to say I don't love cutscenes in video games, of course, but what I mean is they need to be well-paced. Gameplay and story. And a game like this lets you choose the pace, you know? Metal Gear Solid fan, by the way? Well, that's the thing, though. I spent hours and hours and hours in a Metal Gear Solid area doing everything, fucking with all the AI, fucking with all the enemies, finding all the secrets, and then I sit back and enjoy my fucking movie, you know? It's paced well. If you just run through point to point Metal Gear Solid, it's going to feel like a fucking movie, you know? Absolutely, Civ. That's what makes gaming fun, isn't it? That's certainly what makes talking about it fun. But yeah, I'm just curious as to why people, you know, approach these things differently to how they used to, and why was doing everything in Infinite Wealth more exciting to you than doing everything in X33? You know, there's a good conversation in that. There's good learning to be done in that. Why did I play an hour of this and I was hooked, but an hour of Yakuza Pirate and I don't know, I felt the world collapse around me. I felt like I knew exactly what I was going to be doing for the next 60 hours of my life, you know? Oh, hey.
Ooh, I remember you. Back from the war, are we? Good.
Thank you, darling. A whole year. Happy anniversary. Cheers, mate. This tune, man, right now, if these two don't fuck at the end of this cutscene, I quit.
Noko always said that he didn't mind waiting in the queue. Why were you so adamant about bringing him back sooner?
There was never supposed to be a queue. Verso wanted us to experience the excitement of new beginnings. He gave us the gift of the river. Why shouldn't we use it? Noko found me after the fracture. Noko raised me, taught me, protected me. It's my turn to protect him. That's how it works. He took care of me. Now I take care of him. Except I can't.
Because of me.
I know why you're doing this. And I know how it might end. I'm not gambling on tomorrow.
Noko. Why help me then, if...
For Verso. And for you.
My friend.
Verso gave us many new beginnings. He would have wanted a new beginning for you too. You deserve a new beginning. If you want one. Every one of us does. Now come over here and let's snuggle.
Yeah, I knew it! Little Spoon?
Little Spoon.
Obviously.
Minoko and Verso understand each other more than ever. The bond they share is unbreakable. Max hardness. Their heartfelt conversation reminded Minoko that actually there is another skill he had forgotten. Fucking ass. Oh wait, no, it's breakpoint, never mind. They spend more time together being weird and sentimental before returning to the others. Imagine them putting this record on and then just going to make some bushes shake. Fuck yeah. Keys, welcome back, man. How you doing, dude? Good to see ya. Cheers, brother. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Right, is there more? I doubt it. Miss Noko, yes, yes. Maybe we can stop by the village. That would be lovely. That's it. All right, so now we can focus on Mayal. And again, up until now, contrary to all the shit that I've just been slinging at Civ and anyone else who decided to go and do the story first, I have just been exploring the world in whatever fucking way I so choose, you know, and it's been amazing. However, it is time consuming, and given that I need to have a 4-hour conversation about why I'm doing it this way every time I do it, it may end up being too long. So I'm going to start just making sure I've dotted my I's and crossed my T's, so that if at any point we decide, all right, we've done a lot of extra shit, got a good, nice feel about the world, not 100%ing it, not getting the platinum, never said I fucking would. It's not about that. It's about enjoying what's there to the best of your ability, and then when you're ready, going to see how it ends, right? But using everything that's here and not just rushing to the finish. At least that's what I think anyway. The why you rush is the more important part. Not relevant. So in the interests of making sure I get to see everything I want to, because time is an ever fucking pressing concern, new games are always on the horizon, and we're T-minus 5 days out from Night Rain, which might maybe just consume some of my fucking free time. Not to mention I'm doing a full Death Stranding 1 story speed run starting June 1st. And if it takes me less than 23 days to speedrun through Death Stranding, I'll be very, very fucking impressed with myself. Let me tell you. I was thinking about actually putting up splits. Just to motivate me to go faster. Contrary to the, you can pace this game however you want, and absolutely how I paced my first 2 Death Stranding runs, I was thinking, what would the story in Death Stranding feel like if you were beelining it? And as a third playthrough, I think that's not a bad idea. So yeah, that's what I really want to do next month. I also got Blood Omen and Blood Omen 2 and Legacy of Kain Defiance. And of course, the new Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remakes are coming out on console shortly. I feel like a blind, never before played through any of those games series playthrough is supposed to be on my cards this year, so that too. I just finished the game yesterday. It's fantastic. There's one fight I really hope you get to. I really hope so as well. I just need to shut up and play. Good luck, right? Suikoden 1 and 2. Yeah, bro. Going back for those remakes. I really should do that too. Did I hear Blood Omen? I know. You're the one person in the world that cares about watching me play Blood Omen for the first time. That I know of. The simple truth is, I just really want to, you know? I just really, really want to. What else can I say? I don't know if I ever fought you. Sorry. Minor distraction. It would appear I didn't fight this one.
Ow, wow.
Oh, we need money. It is! It's the chromatic one! Nice. Fuck yeah. Oh, there's another one! Bitch. Beautiful. Are you weak to burn? That's good for me. Already at full break. Any point breaking right now?
That's lucky.
Maybe with you. I need 7 though.
Ready.
Did you switch to some fire shit so you're resistant to fire now? Interesting.
careful now.
I feel like she got more shields. Below 50% health, more shields. Yep. Exactly what she got.
Break.
Straight to S rank? Oh, we love that. Oh, we love that. You're in defensive, so I can Mesa Forte into Rate of Fire. Can't apply anything on you. Weak to Dark now. How cool. So I can do a 1-2 follow-up now. Which is 107. Love it. Mousson. Mousson? All about Mousson. It's nice when your synergies, like you're just starting to warm up the piano and all of a sudden they just dry. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I've been preparing for bigger toys. What else can I say? I'm an XP addict. Thank you, darling. We could say I'm going to be playing through 5 fucking games just for you. Because you told me to. And it wouldn't really be wrong, to be honest. We've been gaming together for long enough to know what we like. I just feel like it's, you know, it's the sort of thing that I need to do. What better time to do it? And if you enjoy it as well, we can play it together. And if anybody else decides that they're Legacy of Kain fans, or maybe it'll introduce some people to Legacy of Kain. Well, I think the point is, if we're going to do it all, do it proper. During Twilight, all damage dealt is converted to dark. Okay, so it's physical damage now, but it becomes dark as opposed to dark. 20% increased dark damage with skills. So big, sexy dark Twilight bombs. Apply shell during moon, powerful during sun, and rush during twilight. But I've got all set, so why would I want to do that? Can't think of a reason why I would want to use that other than how fucking cool it looks. And damn, it looks cool. I guess don't have to cast all set for 6 AP at the beginning and then can do other shit, but maybe there's a way to make it work. Doesn't feel particularly good to me. Yet. I'm going to play through them alongside you as well. Fuck yeah, dude. Love it. Well, some of them are pretty cheap on GOG right now. Just saying. Toby, you delicious fucking bastard. I nearly finished the game. I'll finally finish the game so I can hang out with you lovelies and watch you experience this masterpiece. Fuck yeah, dude. The biggest benefit to me being such a slow cunt, right?
Son,
nice, dude.
here I come.
I'm just doing some Act 3 exploration and discovery and starting to gear up for the inevitable. I need to is it this? I need to finish this game. Moment. We went in there was nothing. But we can actually get in another way here. That's very cool, isn't it? And we were having long conversations about whether or not to do everything and when is enough exploration enough? But when do you feel satisfied to go and see the end? Or are you a dirty little story slut who just has to see the end immediately and doesn't want to enjoy the fruits of all that lovely gameplay labor? Which has just been a lot of fun. So Mael wanted us to come here. For a reason I can't remember. But I'm sure it'll come back to me pretty soon.
Another axon. How did it get so large?
That's right, the third axon.
She wasn't always this tall, but she's obsessed with reaching the stars, so...
Papa and his parables.
Parables?
He never paints just to paint. Everything has to have layers and layers of meaning and purpose. Everything's a lesson.
What's the lesson with this one?
Hope.
Lizzie, my sister's at the top.
And Papa knows I have vertigo.
Cool. Okay. So a bit more into insight into Renoir. Like that. A nice light fell. Yeah, I got offered a collector's edition for that. And I said if there are spares going around, sure, but otherwise, I don't think I'll have a chance to play it. And that's really where I'm at. I don't think I'll have a chance to play it. Her crit is 41 plus. Yeah. I think for now I'll just leave it at that, but I could definitely rebuild, make her better. Yeah, sure. Whatever weapon you're scaling with right now is fine with me, because it's all interchangeable, I guess. Meaning there will be bosses. In fact, I've found 3 of them, I think, that need to be spec'd for, and I might actually have to come in and rebuild all my characters specifically to deal with, you know, that fight, which sounds amazing. I don't think I wanted to experiment too much more with any of this. What's this one? Endbringer. And reapply stun on A rank. But we'll end up straight at S anyway. Yeah. There might be some more skill synergies in there, but I don't think so. Am I going for weapon upgrades? You're at 29 on that? I could get that up to 32 maybe. My first weapon at 32. That's the one to get to 32. Oh, 33? No! Oh! I forgot to put my camera back on.
Well now, he is an old one. Almost as old as me.
But, hang on, mate. Happy fucking 9 years indeed, dude. Look at that. Happy anniversary. That's a long goddamn motherfucking time, my friend. I hope we've got many more wicked game playthroughs and geeky conversations to enjoy in the future.
Yes.
Cheers, mate.
The smell of proper devotion.
Itaku as well. Thank you for 30 months.
Back, old friend. We've missed you.
Good to see you, mates. Cheers. Also, Wild Arms 3. That's the one, let me tell you. Banger. That damage increase from 5,500 to 8,900. Oh my god. Oh, we need a perfect chroma catalyst, and I've never found one. So imagine it's the big ass cunts out there in the world dropping those.
She who grasps the sky.
I hate climbing.
She who grasps the sky. And then a nice new tune. Yeah, man. Oh. Got us a whole zone here. I was wondering why this zone was so small before. Could be considered one of my favorite zones so far. Because of all that lovely environmental storytelling going on. Like so many attempts at getting through the Paintress's barrier with balloons, with hang gliders, all sorts of rad shit. Dude. I already got your leg. Seems he has the same leg. Important to know.
My turn.
Till me in.
Card Weaver
Cards have spoken.
into Mark.
No more tricks. Try me.
Dude, a week off this game? I can see the fucking Matrix. I'm telling you. My parries have never been better. That was first time I've fought that attack pattern. Bang, bang, bang. I'm usually a lot. For some people, it's probably normal to be that good at parries. I'm not some people.
Blades. On me.
The cards have spoken. No more tricks.
Burns do their work. Fucking crushed it, mate. This is definitely going to be a franchise. Maybe. I know there's talk of a movie. But is that like a French movie? Cannes Film Festival?
Well,
Good stuff.
Small group of people go, oh my god, that was so cool.
almost as old as me.
Clam Burglar! 68 months. What's going on, cunt? You hope not? Why do you hope not? You just played it for the fucking story anyway. Don't you think you'd like it more if you could do it in an hour and 40 minutes and get rid of all this bullshit, boring gameplay that you don't care about, obviously? Otherwise, you would have kept doing it. You're a busy man, Sid.
Let's carve a path.
Franchises are in your best interest, don't you think? You don't have time for all these awesome games, right? Let them help you. Mashing it. Your live action movie with Jack Black. Kids will love it. I love this game to shit, don't you? How do you know? Have you even played it? You played through it as quickly as you possibly could, skipped everything that wasn't part of the main story. Every opportunity you had to explore, turned it down entirely, and then put it down and went back to another game as soon as you were done. I'm sorry if I'm not convinced by the depths of the ocean that is your love for this game. But 50 hours, bro. Entirely incorrect. I was just paraphrasing
Ah, yes.
what you said.
The smell of proper devotion. Welcome back,
Great.
old friend. We've missed you.
$10, what's going on, cunt? 42 months. Hang on, brother. You binary. It's one or the other, bro. You either love it enough that you can't fucking stop thinking about it, you can't stop playing it, you can't stop exploring it, or you skip through basically every opportunity they give you to enjoy the game and to enjoy the mechanics of it because you just like the fucking story and you're too busy. Can't be both, can it? I think I went all the way up there and through that rock for aluminum. I'm pretty sure it was all for aluminum, which is basically what every one of those breakable rocks give you anyway. Like I got Jim. I didn't do all, but I did a lot. Okay. How do you know it was a lot? Have you done a comprehensive analysis of what you did versus what you missed so that you can deduce what a lot is? Maybe you did a little, but you don't know because there was so much. Maybe it felt like a lot. I'll find out for you by playing it properly. You just read.
Flames on me.
I'm only fucking with you. But seriously, wouldn't a movie be better?
Are they trying to fix things or break things?
She who grasps the sky. They're jealous. They wish to destroy her work. Pull her back to the ground.
Is this part of the parable?
Everything is.
I love how there's so many tools everywhere. Everything here is just tools. Quite beautiful. All that boring black gameplay getting in the way of my plot. I know. The reality is, though, although we jest, and I give people like Civ shit because they should be better, the reality is, more and more people would rather the movie. They might say they'd rather the game, but at the end of the day, if we were to look at the numbers, like the achievements, for example, you'll find that there's an inordinate amount of people that actually went through and finished this fucking game, or at least beat the paintress, right? Because the story was so good, they had to know more. Compare that to the amount of people that wanted to build their characters out properly. It's day and night.
I'm ready. Flames on me.
It always is, but this game might be a good example of one of the few that got more normies to finish it than any other.
Ready. You need more tricks.
Great battle theme, bro. Love it. You know I'm going to be delivering every goddamn package in DS2, yeah. I hope to be as well.
Have we here?
Draining cleanse. The only reason I delivered every package in Death Stranding 1 is because I fucking wanted to, you know? And that's what it comes down to. Why do I want to do everything in this game? Why did I want to do everything in Death Stranding? Why do I usually not? By everything, I don't mean get a guide and look up what everything is. I mean everything that I think I can do, you know? With Death Stranding, it was I want all those little stars on my leg, and I want all the cool toys that you get given as a reward for doing those deliveries. And I want to experience how it feels to set up delivery networks, to deliver them as fast as possible in the harshest conditions. I wanted all of that. Just as much as I wanted to know what happens in the narrative. And it's quite interesting that this is the same for me. I want to know what all the Pictos do. I want to know what Pictos I haven't collected yet. I want to know how to synergize them with my characters. I want to beat all the hard fucking bosses, and I want to know what I get for it, you know? And I also want to see what happens in the story. And that, for me, is the markings of a good game. If you don't have both, you don't have anything. That's my humble, not so humble opinion. Consume an AP to prevent status effect applications if possible. That is fucking incredible. decent fucking chunk of HP as well, isn't it? Beautiful. Love it. Where are we? That's a really nice find, man. No Wackers Tim, I love you, baby. Thanks for the good hangs as always, my friend. I'll talk to you soon.
Flames. On me.
Oh, I will.
That's lucky.
Repetitive filling up my list in the Yakuza games. Fair enough. That's interesting. But would you say that the thing that mostly kept you going with those games was the story or the exploration? Because when I played Yakuza 0, for example, the story was the forefront. For sure. Now, that doesn't mean I didn't like all the side stuff. I did. I spent a lot of time playing poker and RC cars and whatnot. The combat I found was probably the weakest element. So the gameplay was the least interesting part of the game. But the story was so fucking good and the gameplay so well supported by it. And the side content so fucking incredible that the package come together anyway. But the gameplay in Yakuza was like really average. Yakuza 0, anyway, it was just really average beat 'em up stuff. Combat was iffy, but I enjoyed the side stories and main story just because the humor hits me right.
The cards have spoken.
But it was a video game you predominantly wanted to play because of the story. I wonder how many more of them there are. I don't think about it too much. Clearly more than I thought. Combat systems in Infinite Wealth, yeah. It just feels good to fight. You mean? Because that I can get behind. That's what grabbed me in this. Strategizing and experimenting. That's what separates the video games from the books and the movies. It was never, I choose the story from a list of options, you know. Maybe KOTOR or something.
On me.
You're outmatched.
It was I make the decisions about the team.
The cards have spoken. Ready.
Ready.
Ready to parry.
Eat a dick.
Turn up.
Oh, last one.
On gas.
I love the battle track here. Yeah, man, it's awesome. Pirate Yakuza upping the potential of the action combat. I only got to play a little bit of it, but it didn't seem... Nothing about the first combat scenarios made me want to play it more.
Flames. On me.
Totally forgettable. Combat in this, couldn't put it down from the word go. Fucking hit you with something
Lady
deep.
Luck smiled today.
Yeah, it's still not enough.
Incoming. Get ready.
Draining cleanse leveled already. Fuck yeah. That's an interesting looking hot air balloon over there. I feel like we're going for a hot air balloon ride.
Interesting.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Buckford, I got up to the part where you get a Sega Master System in your fucking cabin. And then I just played a shitload of Alex Kidd. And I haven't played it since. I'm terrible, I know. It seemed awesome. It just also felt like a huge commitment, and I've got a lot of huge commitments sitting right here in my fucking pile of shame, you know? Very easy, like, these games are all sent to me, and I want to play all of them, but the best I can do is throw a little bit on stream, or a little bit off stream. I did record the footage of me playing it. Thought there's a chance someday it goes up on the VOD channel as an offline playthrough. CL's not necessary right now for the mad synergies. And I'd rather make sure I get those Minoko legs if there are options. Interesting.
Let's carve a path.
I am refreshed.
New leg. Sniper. First free aim shot each turn deals 200% increased damage. Let's level up sniper. What's it got on it? Great. One. Minoko, baby. Minoko, darling. It's been a while since you had a new leg to mung on. Echazier stabs. Deals medium single target physical damage. Second hit applies mark to the target. I guess if you're going for some marking shit, sure. Don't think I am. Don't think I want to be yet. But once again, Minoko just replaces CL, or CL replaces Minoko for me. They end up always being built identically. Either support or marks. I guess marks is support. Double mark, extended mark, those sorts of pictos.
Well,
Lovely.
that will help.
A little bit of gameplay.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, cool. A longer shell upgrade. That's pretty sweet. Another thing I haven't talked about for a while in this game that I think deserves another mention when we're talking about gameplay is how fun it feels to move around the environments. Little bit of dodgy parkour, a jump, a sprint, the removal of a mini-map or any kind of map, and the constant encouragement to explore side passages and side paths because they so often have unique and interesting abilities that can change fundamentally the way you play the game is beautiful. It feels so unlike a new God of War checklist game where everybody can see exactly how many things they've missed in every area so they don't miss anything, or Doom the Dark Ages, which I just raced through recently, where as opposed to the original Doom hiding weapons everywhere, or the original Doom remake I should say, reboot, this one, making sure you can't miss anything, everything's always there in front of you. You're not encouraged to explore unless you want toys. Which is a very clear directive from the developer saying, we want to make sure people don't like missing things. They don't want to. So, and they get upset when they do. So let's make sure they can't miss this stuff. But and then of course exploring doesn't then become better. Oh, now I can explore and only ever find collectibles that do nothing, right? Quite the opposite. Exploring becomes pointless and meaningless. I raced through the entire Doom, but I don't want to go back and explore everything right now. Like, what? Maybe for some harder challenges, but... Do we forget what a secret is? Good, very well said, Cheeble, on YouTube. Putting secrets on a map is crazy. Did we forget what a secret is? I'll play.
Violence.
One of the three. Damn, man, I forgot how tanky Minogo is. I've had him off so I could use CL to get plus 100% burn damage on Twilight, but Thursto's just providing plus 200 or 300% burn damage static now. And the extra 100's nice in a big fight, but hardly necessary. I like the battle music and the overworld music are totally unmixed now. Like I can't hear it here, and then I get into battle, it's too loud every time. Hello.
Which is worse? To die, or to be the one who survives? To grieve, or to be grieved?
For me, it's the end of existence that hurts more. Even though you don't experience it, you don't know that you're dead. It's the one I fear more.
Death is over in an instant. The one who survives carries that death for the rest of their lives. I find myself grieving before they've even passed. Grieving what could have been. Grieving what is to come. She'll never forgive herself. She'll carry her scars with her always. Would that I could ease her burden.
The man has gone silent. I do like looking up the character models when you pick up the toys in Doom. Seeing the designs for the demons is cool. Yes, I agree. Love it. However, when you play a real game like this, you are reminded that searching all of the all of the superfluous level design so that you can view concept art is not good game design, and it is not fun gameplay. Fun gameplay is rewarding gameplay, and rewarding gameplay is being rewarded for the time that you put in to exploring and navigating the extra parts of the world. Guaranteed. You can add concept art and whatnot to the mix, don't get me wrong. Games like Metroid and that, Metroid Prime Corruption, for example, do it incredibly well, don't get me wrong, but I'm lost. I've gotten lost. Got myself lost. But what you really want is to explore and discover new ways to customize your characters, to strategize, to synergize, and to play the game. That's what you're here for. The rest is fluff, and if the only reason to explore is to get the fluff, then I don't think it deserves to be there. You might as well pull it out, streamline the game, create a tightly paced, relaxed experience that ends in 6 hours. At least, how it feels to me. It's not a secret if everyone has it. Yeah, I like that. I like that philosophy too. Nothing worse than playing a game and your time not being rewarded. Forgotten what it feels like to be rewarded so well. Yeah, the fact that this game hides things, you don't know if you've got everything. You don't know what you've missed. You don't know what your friends got. You get to have all these wonderful conversations about, wait, what? Darius and I, just the other day, while Weddy was off, we're sitting there talking about this, nothing but. And I'm like, dude, I got this fucking shit that gives you 2 shields when you drop below half health. But I just got it now. You could have got it back then. Can you imagine? He's like, dude, I fucking did. You know, like, it's all these different things happened to us while we were off playing the game by ourselves over the same period. And now we've got all this lovely variance to explore together. Again, it just feels like how it felt before. It feels rewarding in a way that very few modern games do.
Did that Nevron just kick a different Nevron off the tower?
It looks that way.
Okay. Metal. Love it.
Ah, yes. The smell of proper devotion. Welcome back,
Interesting.
old friend. We've missed
The
you.
cucking font. How are you, mate? What's going on? Good to bloody see ya. Hope you're having a good weekend. Thanks for the sub, man. Cheers, dude. Hold on. Finding interesting builds and weapons and synergies with characters? Dude, that's exactly it. We were talking about how we build our characters and why this one's strongest and why this one's strongest and all that. Exactly. But that only works if everybody is doing their own version. And you can only do your own version if there's fuckloads of versions. And then, in order to establish fuckloads of versions, you have to have fuckloads of secrets and fuckloads of level design that supports searching for those secrets, and so many different ways for you to lose, to miss, to fail, to not find, to not see. That everybody gets their own story. And modern game design is so afraid of people missing things and feeling bad and feeling left out and saying, I don't want to play because I'm reminded I'm a fucking moron, that they don't do it anymore. They just put everything in the main path. Everything that's skippable has to be toys. Bravo to Expedition 33 for not following those horrible old school, horrible new school necessities. We got another mime! Oh yeah.
Let's carve a path.
What lovely feet.
Now, I can't do the mad burn synergy right now because I don't have my girl. But we can do decent with double break. Sorry, double burn on break. My old synergy. Get the break up.
I feel energized.
You have enough? No, you need 4. I can put a greater defenselessness on.
Watch out, Mael.
What's this combo? I've never done this one before. The hair's bugging out. Burn at 214?
Flames. On me.
224?
Feel energized.
It didn't double the... Did I take it off him? Oh. That's a double the burn, right? Baguette for the Alamail. Whatever. Double burn? No. Double burn break, maybe? Break burn? Maybe I favorited it. I don't think so.
Well now,
Right.
he is an old one. Almost as old as me.
Breaking Burn is a banger, right? Reaper, hey man. Happy fucking 10-year anniversary, my friend. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing good. Cheers, brother. Fucking 10 years. Here's to, many more good times, my friend. I've seen half a dozen different playthroughs and each one said something different to oh, X character is such a beast, or oh, I have this wicked combo with character isn't the same. Exactly, dude, exactly. It makes you want to see what others are doing. Exactly, yep. When I saw you had this outfit for Luna, I just had to go looking for it. It made me jealous. And then, of course, once I found it, I never put it on. I can't wear that. It's Cody's outfit. The Picto system is so much better than pretty much any modern game in recent memory. It reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy IX meets Lost Odyssey. Like, it's a great system, but it's not that it's better than any other great video game system. It's that it's a good video game system, worthy of making me want to explore it and improve and build within it and synergize and strategize in it. I wanted to do it in Final Fantasy 16s as well. Just never gave me any real opportunity to, other than, or any reason to, other than watch number go up, and the exploration and weapon development was non-existent. No, it had no effect on anything. What the fuck is it called? Breaker? No. It's gotta be... Apply burn on hitting a marked enemy. Apply 3 burn. Oh, yeah, no. Oh my god. Double burn. No. Fine. I can't find it, and I can't think of it right now. So, fuck it. Hey, Rasta, how are you, mate?
Well, that will help.
It's not like I need it. I just love synergies. Good as always, man. Right? Beautiful. Amazing. Hey, big fella.
Let's spill some ink.
Let's carve a path.
Monica looks so stylish, man. Huh. Disgustingly good. Disgustingly good. Now I can go down there and do that bit as well. But let's just plug along here for a moment. Yesterday I found they have vinyls for the OST. Not that I've heard.
Planes. On me.
And I usually hear about these kinds of things. I'm not saying you're wrong.
What lovely feet.
I'm saying you're very probably wrong. Yes, that's the information as I know it as well. An announcement has indeed been made. I'll go back there. This is starting to feel more and more like the way to go, but I don't know if it's the way to go, so... I am going higher and higher, though. Higher is a good sign of way to go. Right? Right? Or maybe not. See? Maybe it's just a secret area with a fucking random masonry Nevron. What are you making, bro? Cool.
Vertigo, remember?
This is not the first time you've tried this?
His intentions are good, I know, but his methods...
Your father?
I'm the youngest, which makes everything worse.
Oh, I understand that. Only child.
Yeah, Claire's the oldest. She's just so perfect, so accomplished and talented. Papa's favorite. He's so proud of her. And Verso. Verso could always make Papa laugh. I had so many inside jokes. Then there's me.
And then there's you. The actual favorite. The one he calls his hidden star, but who's too shy and self-conscious to see it.
Yet here I am, messing things up even more.
Look around. He just wants you to fly.
Quite sweet. As usual.
All these inventions. Gustave would have loved to see this.
Okay, I'm convinced this was the right way to go. I'd like to go the wrong way.
Well now, he is an old one. Almost as old as me.
Like another big boy, hey? G'day, Jarhead. How are you, mate? What's going on, dude? Another month already, huh? They disappear quicker and quicker these days. Hope you're having a good weekend, man. Cheers. Peace out. Just cruising through some more X33, mate. June's gonna be pretty fucking busy. July's gonna be even fucking busier. So I'm just enjoying the last little bit of relaxation. Good. Very good.
Good stuff.
Lumina? You dirty mutt. Board games with the mates tonight? You fucking legend. Good on you, mate. Xander and I have been printing 3D board game and mini pieces and painting them a lot recently. That's what I was doing the last couple days. Very fucking fun, man. Very cool new world we live in. Making board games and making pieces and customizing them and just generally speaking, a lot of board gaming going on. Love it. Love it. Fucking good time for it too. Yeah, Epi. I mean, technically this is side content, you're right, but it's kind of like main side content. I wonder if the actual side content has much narrative development. Doesn't matter, he's gonna kill them all anyway. Minoko's too strong for this place. Fair enough. Okay, so there's a manor door here. Awesome. Maybe it takes us to Renoir's room or something, because this is where he would have stepped out to or something. Interesting. There's our little tunk. You go back to your 40k. In my experience, 40k will come back to you when you're ready for it. And that's okay. In my experience. Don't be like that. Oh, don't be like that. Don't do this to me. Why would you do this to me? So rude. Okay, so I didn't need to go around? Fair enough. I finished my big one and done 3 small/medium. Paint job?
I am refreshed.
Not any kind of smash kit, fucking fast painting, speed painting shit. Just classic Games Workshop style. I'll try with some extra layering soon, I think. I will thoroughly enjoy that. I always have these surges. I build the minis, paint a little, and be overwhelmed by the ambitions of how... Absolutely, man. I think that's just a nice, comfortable, funny part of the experience, personally. think it's good.
Your turn to dance. Your
Ah.
turn to shine. Break.
Finesse and grace. Flames and rain.
Nice. Very nice. Now the manor door, I believe. Just looking around. There's definitely something up there. That might be a come down to get there later kind of vibe. Let me just... Fuck, we'll go through the manor door while I'm here, because that could be a bit of a wander. There's definitely something there. I'll be this game's largest success, that it makes failing fun. One of them, anyway. Oh.
You speak to me of perfection, but
It is Renoir.
is there really any such thing? Or is it a siren leading us astray? I happily predict that neither of us will ever summit that elusive peak, but I care little as long as we walk together. Art gives us the perception of control. For a moment as I paint, I find order among the chaos. That is, for me, a moment of pure contentment. And that is truly better than perfection.
Order in the chaos instead of constantly seeking perfection. And we find that right next to a door, next to his tower, and his Axon, right? I would say this is his studio. Has a bunch of his kids' Nevrons on display, unless they are his Nevrons. Which is to say that CL's Nevrons, Clair's Nevrons, are different to his. Can't believe that Circus voiced Renoir. They got a fucking good cast, man. I don't know where they got their budget from.
Rejoice, fellow expletives, for one of our executioners is returned. Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
Raga, my very old friend. Cheers, mate. Look at you go. Bloody hell, 107. And an executioner no less. Absolutely wouldn't be here without you. Thank you. Missed so much of X33, I'm completely lost. We're just doing endgame side content. And occasionally finding little pieces like that that color and flavor the experience.
Flames on me.
Let's carve a path. My, what lovely feet.
But mostly just exploring, fighting, finding, enjoying, parrying. Having a parry day today. Unstoppable on the parries. Okay, so going in there and coming back out respawned everything, but I don't need to re-fight everything. There's one place I wanted to try to get to, and we did learn something very valuable then. I think Renoir made Nevrons too. And up until this point, I was not aware of that. Okay, so it's all the way up there. Looks Looks like no. It looks like you get across there from there. Actually, how do you get to there? There? Hmm. From there. Okay, so maybe I just keep going the way I was going before? I think we lost tunes. There we go. Nice. It was just a dramatic pause. It was a daddy's money situation. Lead Deb's family has money in real estate, I believe. It's a good way to spend daddy's money. Interesting. Okay. That's where the bulk of it came from. Well, certainly fucking paid off. I imagine this investment is doing rather well. I hadn't heard that one before, though. This Orphelin is different from the rest. It does not sabotage, build. And it can't be attacked, unlike every other Nevron. Good or bad. Okay. So, let's see.
Wow.
It feels to me like I'd want to get over there, across there, and down there from here. Not from wherever this takes me. So I might be skipping a drop here. I can see it. I'm not quite sure how to get to it. Or, perhaps I'm wrong. Doesn't feel like I'm wrong, though. Feeling very right.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's delicious. Sorry. A little bit of Boshy. My good friend Cardboard Cowboy is doing his first Boshy playthrough because he hit his highest sub count. And, yeah. I can't be there for all of it, although I have been there for most. And that was Peeve catching me up. Thank you, Peeve. Keeping me appraised. Fellow light mode disco? Light mode? There are only two modes, my friend. Normal mode and dark mode. Okay? Can't live in a world where there's only one mode. And then add a second mode, and all of a sudden, the first mode is now a different mode than it was for 20 years. That's not how it works. There's normal mode for normal people who do things the normal way. They were always done. And then there's the new people. And whatever way they do things. Who gives a fuck about them? I think in Discord's case, dark mode is the normal mode? Absolutely not. Why would you get such a ridiculous idea? A third lamp bearer. Interesting. Thematic. Something? Or not? Got chromatic? Maybe not. Still feel like it's going to be applying a lot of light. This tune's going hard.
Flames. On me.
Mitre.
Oh yeah.
What lovely feet.
I guess I already fought a chromatic one of these, so this is just a big one?
Parry it.
Weak to lightning, you know? Amazing sight, main area. Yeah, it's in that half zone, isn't it? It's very cool, I love it.
Flames. On me.
That was the wrong move. I'm not sure why I did that. Needed better balance. Although I can always just do this. Whoa! How'd that taste? Was it delicious? No wuckers, mate. As they say, where I come from. Super chill. Okay, a Valier. I wonder why one of those is wandering around here. Again, I like this game so much that I do wonder those things. Because I know that that enemy being here has a reason. I can rely upon that information. Is it to suggest that Renoir created these guys? As his guardians? Two of them. Not fucking around, it seems. Lovely. You know what? The Almighty's gonna kill them anyway. Oops. Silly boy. Very killed. I have erred. I'm sorry.
On me.
First parry I fucking missed today.
Ready to strike.
Been a day. G'day, Meow. How are you, mate? What's going on, Manny? Good to see you, darling. Hope you're having a good one.
A bit of violence, yes.
We're still cruising through our X33 playthrough. Good times, good vibe.
Dance.
Ow. I missed again. Okay.
Let's carve a path.
Which weapon you have on Verso? Corpso. I don't even need to do the synergies. Yes, I recently fought some mobs randomly on an island and dropped a level 26 Corpso. I didn't have an earlier one, but somebody had mentioned that that weapon would be perfect for me earlier, and I had scolded them greatly, telling me about shit that I had missed that I don't want to know about, you know? Because if I wanted to know about it, I'd fucking look it up or whatever, but if I fucking don't have it and can't get it, what's the point in telling me about it? And then, as if fucking a gift from the heavens above, the very next fucking fight that I did dropped a much higher level version of the Obscur. So
Expedition 61. Margot. See, but I disagree. I don't think she's lonely.
The paintress.
She's alone, but she's not lonely. They clearly have some sort of society here, and she's the odd one out. Well, except for her co-conspirator in the workshop. I've never seen creatures fighting amongst themselves before. I admit I'm impressed by her creativity and drive. I feel almost like a traitor for saying it. But there's something about her. You can't help but want her to reach the sky.
Her co-conspirator in the workshop?
Expedition
You're welcome, T. No worries. What a cool zone, man. What a cool vibe. I'm noticing more and more of these Renoir's dudes murdered here. And I'm saying, why is this lamp guy here? Maybe this is an assault. The sudden melancholic mood, a shift in the music as well, seems to support that theory. Something happened.
I'm not giving up.
One of the early battles, perhaps? Some kind of skirmish?
Let's carve a path.
The Nevrons are fighting against each other?
Time to bleed.
Thinking,
I've lived through worse.
Renoir's got this tower being built by his Nevrons to help the expeditioners get through the barrier. And Paintress is sending hunts to stop it? Makes more sense of the Expedition 61 journal, I think.
What a lovely feat.
Nah, I'm gonna parry it.
You're outmatched. Break.
I mean, it makes sense that Renoir and the Paintress have been doing battle, Clair and the Paintress have been doing battle across the landscape. Not just the expeditioners.
Yeah.
Makes sense that the expeditioners would be getting help as well. Oh, 2 potential points to use the fucking balloon. Oh my goodness, things are opening up in this place. I love it. I'm so high up. I'm so high up. Oh, thanks, Anubi, baby. Just trying to put things together.
That's lucky.
Oh.
No more tricks.
Haven't done a solo CL in a bit. She's fucking kicking some ass now, though, isn't she? Lovely. So another thing I like about this compared to the traditional JRPG is you've got your main characters, but then your backups are still fucking. They're still keeping up. They're still being built. They're still swapping in and out regularly. It's a little more like Final Fantasy X in that way. And I love it. Hirso. Like a fucking wrench. Gain 1 rank on applying Mark. Mark an enemy with base attack. Okay, so you base attack, gain a rank, mark, and you apply powerless on the enemy as well. This makes his base attacks fucking cool. Interesting. Oh, apparently I got cashed up as well. We have to go back. So I keep coming back, usually a heavy lurker. Thanks, man. Cheers. It's, how I enjoy playing video games, and it's why I enjoy playing specific ones. Monaco Station, Gestrel Sacred River, Gestrel Sacred Graveyard. There's shops there where I haven't finished buying everything. Let's see if I'm going to buy everything here. Do I have to add this to the list? I have a level 10 version of that already. I don't have Tainted. 15% increased damage, each status effect on self. Sick. Charging weakness. 15% of a gradient charge on hitting a weakness. Okay. An exposing break. Apply defenseless when breaking. Fair enough. That's good. Owned level 24. So I don't need to buy that. I've got a better one. Owned level 10. Might as well upgrade that one. Polished chroma catalysts. They're the shit ones. I just want these ones. Cool. Alright. So I don't have to add that dude to the list because I actually fucking finally, once again, had enough money to buy everything. But it's still fucking knocked me down a bit. Right. Okay, well I'm gonna take this. Can't do it. Can't do it. I have to know what the other balloon does. And the fact that I missed that one item on the previous platform is certainly still fucking pissing me off. What if it's the sickest Picto? You know? You don't know. What if it's a great fucking weapon? That's the fun part of playing these games for me.
Wow.
When they make me want to know. They make me want to answer the questions. Story ones too. Fucking back up the tower. It's still got quite a bit to go on that tower. Jesus Christ, it's huge. It's bloody huge. On to the days of having money to buy everything. Yes, Ricard. Yes. Remember when I was whinging about how video games these days always give you way too much money? You never feel like you could spend it? They fucking...
Good stuff.
Slapped me in the face with that fucking particular cock, didn't they? Couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier. Beautiful. Kind of turkey slapping I can get
Good
behind,
stuff.
you know? Hey, Shimon. Yeah, dude, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you. I love playing it. These particular games are typically a harder stream, generally, and for me. And there are certain games like this that I'll always just play off stream and we'll talk about how good they are. But every now and then there's you know, one I want to stream as well. Lost Odyssey was the previous one, and I feel like this is in the same vein. So I'm glad that we got to play through it together. Thank you. Where are you taking me, mate? I'm pretty high up this fucking tower. Even just the construction and level design of this particular area is so fucking cool. Now that there's branching pathways and multiple possibilities, oh my god. What's that? This music reminds me of the Wheel of Time soundtrack. I wonder if just because it was cancelled today, why that occurred to me. It does. Peak. I think that place we just found was called Peak. Peak seems very the end to me. Be wrong. We'll find out. Initial read. You're a dog. You're a dog. Alright, I gotta know where this one goes. I may need to go back for that other item I missed. Unless this one's going down. Maybe this is how you get to the other item I missed. This is exactly how you get to the other item I missed. Fuck yes! I love it when all those little possibilities come together and are all interconnected. I feel so good now, you know? I was so worried.
My, what lovely feet.
You're still alive, mate?
Loco, get ready.
Fuck off out of here, mate.
What have we here?
Hashing the fuck up. Let's go. Alright, and then you across there. Lovely, lovely. Fucking awesome. This better be fucking such a good item, man. This is like, this better be a game-changing Picto. I've worked harder for this one than many others. Thank you, darlings. Thank you very much. Come on. From one of the, I'm gonna say, Paintress's invaders that were fucking murdered in here.
Perfect.
That one synergizes pretty well if you've got different things applying buffs to you, like on attacks and stuff. That could be pretty huge. I like it. I love it. Hey, Metatron, how are you, mate? Good to see you, dude. Yeah. How are you enjoying the late game side questy phase? I meant to put a question mark there. Let's see. Oh, no, you're good. And yes, absolutely, dude. I also feel like putting the question mark in later has completely different connotations, can be received differently. It's ambiguous, and I hate it. So, fuck yeah. Also, loving the late game of this game. late game side, I feel like I've been doing side questy shit all game. Going to places that I could, going everywhere I can and always exploring. So it doesn't feel like I've sort of saved everything to the end and I'm just doing it all at once. I've just been always doing that. And I've loved how this game has encouraged that. I also wasted at least 30 minutes trying to find a way. That's why I said I'll come back at the end if I haven't found it yet. I'm under this game's bullshit. And it was a unique, never-before-seen Picto that may or may not synergize incredibly well and could be used as the cornerstone of a variety of new builds and synergies. So, as expected, was once again very well rewarded for that time and effort. Love it. Love that it continues.
Useful.
To pay out for me. My gut tells me big giant tree with a big hole in it is the way to go, and this is side content. Looks sick. Thematic
time to bleed.
Brasselier with wings? Oh my. Big Wing is going to save him, right? What a wanker. Alright, you are in fire mode then? Good to know.
Bring it on.
That'll do him. No.
Minoko,
Fucking
get ready. My turn.
How do I switch him to ice? Yeah. I have to use physical damage only. Or anything other than fire damage. Light damage? Okay. Gonna use Minoko to switch him to ice, that's all. In the meantime...
From fire.
You can do that.
Ready to parry.
Oh! Oh!
Okay.
Better than nothing. That's void damage. Now we can get some fire. Hey, Wolf. I'm sorry, darling. That sounds horrible.
Get ready.
I don't remember.
Minoko, get ready. Maximum damage. Break.
So dodge. I can do it.
Like I missed one parry, now I've missed all my parries are over. Cheeky. Being cheeky with me. Hey?
A proper challenge.
I brainstormed a lot of heal buff synergies, but completed the game before trying it. I'll save it for next time. completed it because you ran out of shit to do and then went to the end, or completed it because you rushed to the end to see the end of the story? Because the answer to that changes a lot in terms of how many synergies you were experimenting with. Ran out of shit to do. Fucking cool. Even at that point, you were still like trying to come up with new builds and new ways to play. I love it. Awesome.
Now the fun begins.
Oh, nice. Now you're in fun. Good job.
I've got this.
I can do it.
No!
Let's finish this.
Getting spicy. Your turn to shine. Oh, really?
Nice. Wait for Death Stranding 2 PC, yeah. I'm gonna play it on my PS5, but I'll play it again when it comes out on PC.
Fellow expletives for one of our executioners returned. Take up arms, warrior. The battle rages.
EXO, darling. Always a pleasure. Lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. Upgrade for Brastelim, which is the sick-ass fire one. But at 21, it's not a very significant upgrade anymore. I'm too far over leveled for this particular zone. But as this is considered likely to be one of the main side quest zones that most people who don't do a lot of side shit will do, because they're likely to talk to Mayal and get it, I see why it would be scaled quite significantly lower than the rest.
Rejoice,
Makes sense.
fellow expletives, for one of our executioners is returned.
And there's another one.
Arms, warrior. The battle rages.
Executioners, man. Coming out of the fucking woodwork. Thank you, darling. The X33 vinyl was announced, but as far as I know, minus one comment from Rasta
Expletive has returned.
was not verified.
Welcome back.
It's not yet out. But trust me, I'll be getting it when it comes out. Thanks to you and everyone like you. Filling my coffers with delicious cash so that I can continue to grow this ridiculous fucking collection. Just like the last 2 weeks alone, Metal Gear Solid 2, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree, the Halo collection, Halo 1, 2, and 3, Metal Gear Solid, oh, it's Metal Gear Solid, I already said that one. Mortal Kombat 2 and 3, no, 3 and 4. Yeah. Never ending. Thank you, Zalo. You absolute legend. Cheers, mate. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Much appreciated. Cheers, brother. Hello. The fake version of Alicia that Paintress made. I think that's right. The counterpart to this verso on the screen right now.
Hello.
Alicia. Your letter.
She blames us, doesn't she? You didn't deserve that. Oh, you're the real accent. You know, Papa painted her. So, you know who she represents? You like being here with her.
Oh shit! Shadow Duel. Mael versus Alicia? Oh shoot.
On me.
Good God.
Not looking good.
I think fake's the right word, Jacquard. Fake being a cheap copy of an original that uses the same materials, perhaps, but can never be the same. Like a fake handbag. An imitation. Feels right to me. Ha! So good. Fuck yeah, Beersy, right? Do they still play songs this good on easy, or is this reserved for people with balls? I wouldn't know, but maybe you do? And then it goes all delicious too. Beautiful. All right, let's have a crack.
Flames. On me.
Okay.
I can do it. Okay.
Bitch.
Oh, I'm better.
Good on you, Beezy baby. Well done.
Okay.
I can be beaten. Cheap copies what I disagree with. Their existence might be based on another, but their life and experience make them unique individuals. You don't think that the current Verso that's with us is considered a cheap copy? It's just interesting that he considers himself a cheap copy. The paintress considers him a cheap copy. His dad considers him a cheap copy. He's just not their Verso. Nobody. They could all be wrong, as could I. Fake handbag is still a handbag? No, it's a fake handbag. The adjectives are mandatory. Why we have them? There are superfluous adjectives, but I don't think this one is.
This will
Melee
hurt.
doesn't though, so opinions in-game vary. True. Just like opinions for us will. I'm not trying to change his opinion, he's trying to change mine.
Okay.
Hey.
Not leaving you behind. On me.
Ah, you're a bitch. When Mael arrives back in Lumiere with her white hair and she talks to Verso on the beach. Yep. Renoir arrives to confront them, and in that confrontation, he doesn't acknowledge Verso at all. Like he's not even there. Interesting. He's still real to her. That's true, and to you as well. But not to anybody else. So.
Let's dance.
If you take the teenager's perspective, I'm gonna go with mum and dad.
The dance begins.
That we can choose is the important part, right? She went first, I think it fucked her.
Let's dance.
Oh, it was the gradient. Oh.
I can do it.
My
Void
turn, bitch.
takes everything.
It'll be enough. What a fucking duel, man! Jesus. Painted me. Nice name for it. Not fake. Painted. Aren't you hungry at all? Still going? It's only been 4.5 hours, man. I don't eat every 4.5 hours. It's only 4 p.m. Dinner's at 6, usually. It's a nice viewpoint blue. I like it. Maybe 7, but if you lost a child and a fake version of them was given to you, would you appreciate the fake for what it is? Remember that your real child burned to death.
I guess this represents his hope for us. For me, then.
Sometimes the grief is all you have left.
Claim your piece of sky.
And the grief is more real than the fake version. I think AI touched on this as well, the film. AI, sorry, not the Google search engine response. Film artificial intelligence. I'm sure there are plenty of good novels that do as well.
We both deserve to fly. Let me give you a new beginning.
Alicia.
Send me to my family.
Wait.
Gommaged.
Mael!
She was definitely real to him. What about to her? Those eyes say not a fake to you? Harden the fuck up, pussy. I'm still here. The real one. Oh, hey, Esky! New outfit unlocked. Let's have a gander. Baguette! Fuck off, Baguette. So real Mael and real Mael and painted me. Ah, so just slightly more disheveled, huh? Yeah. Not for me. Not for me, I'm afraid. I still like rebellious. I think rebellious. No, I like rebellious. I like artists the most, though. I think, yeah. Mom and Dad disagreed violently about that for 67 years. Incorrect. You haven't been paying attention. Mum wants to keep her real son's world alive. Live in it. Keep all of his creations alive. The last sliver of his soul alive. And Renoir wants his wife back and wants her to continue to be a mother to their other children and to deal with her grief, process it, and move the fuck on, which she won't do if she's sitting in here for a century trying to keep the last sliver of her son alive. Mum doesn't think the world is a fake? That's not necessarily true, is it? Not wanting to let go of the last piece of her son's soul says to me more that she knows the world is fake, but that it is built on something real. And she doesn't want to give away the last piece of the real Verso. She's not in there with the fake Verso and the fake Miel, living a happy little life together, is she? So I disagree completely. The things grief will make us do. When my uncle killed himself, my nan died too. Not really. She still lived until last year, but she didn't want to anymore. And she didn't want to process her grief. And she didn't want to get better. Her grief was the last thing she had of him. Her son, she couldn't let it go. She had to sit there and be sad and hopelessly depressed. She had to sit there and want to die so that she could respect, perhaps, her love of him. To process the grief and to move on and to let him go would have been a betrayal for her, it seems. If her grief was the last sliver of her son, in this case, this painted world is the last sliver of the paintress's son, and she doesn't want to let it go. Fake in the dismissive sense, you were using the word. Huh. I'd like to go back to the clip where I said, this is the fake Mayal, much like the one with the Verso with in our party. When I opened this and when Jacquard took issue with my use of the word fake, and I'd like to know if I was using it in a dismissive sense, or was I using the word based on the definition of it, objectively and truthfully, without any loaded subjective feelings attached to it at all, as I want to do, being the kind of person that's really not very sentimental or emotional in general and doesn't cry in video games and such. Did you attach the sentimentality to the word? Jacquard? Sorry, Meta. I don't want to read the rest of your fucking stupid fucking sentence. I feel like that was unfair, an unfair characterization of how I felt. Fuck you. If a god created our universe, I wouldn't think we were fake. I used the gods theory earlier to say if, much like the Mount Olympians with the Greeks, to say we are mortals, not fakes. But to the gods, we are lesser beings, made in their image, but lesser than, in every way, perceived as lesser, and also objectively lesser, don't have the special powers and abilities and whatnot. Lesser, fake, you can infer the negative connotations, much as Metatron has, if you like. But there's a grounded objectivity here. And I think this is the case too. You have a real thing, a real human that is born from the love of a man and a woman, and who grows and blossoms, who is taught and educated by these people, and who grows to be a full human being and goes through all of the millions and millions of possible processes as a real person would, yeah? All the little choices that they make, they don't really make, they just get thrust into, that shape who they are up to a certain age. And then you have the carbon copy painted by someone to be that person at that age who thinks and feels like they are. This, in my opinion, is nothing short of a fake version of. And we can use that to apply to the situation we have just discussed with Mael, with Verso. Where it gets interesting is, what about the expeditioners? They're born. They're born to a man and a woman. And they grow. And they do go through all of the change and growth that a human child does. Not the same thing. But me saying the word fake, Picard inferring that I meant it to use Metatron's word dismissive, but I think as a negative. And then Metatron's feelings that I was using it dismissively. I don't know. I still think what you said, Meta, was just straight up wrong. You know, they weren't fighting about that for 67 years. Not at all. They were fighting about something else completely. Fair enough, it's alright. I'm not hurt by it. I'm not sentimental. I just feel like you based your whole thought on something that wasn't real.
I remember you. Back from war, are we? Good.
Thank you, Sir Silk. How are you, mate? Cheers. Happy anniversary. Not sure about beautifully, but it's hard. It's hard to get your thoughts right in real time and continue to vomit them out. It's kind of like Plato's shadow on a cave wall allegory from another direction. Because if you can cast shadows on a wall, and those shadows think they are people, that feeling may very well be real for them. But they are not, in fact, people. I see the parable there, for sure. Even if the shadows think they're people and act like people, are they? No, they're shadows, right? Made by another person. I just find being lesser justifies treating them so poorly, not specifically by you, but by anyone. That's an interesting thought too. To bring your gods back into it. That would be exactly how the Greek gods would do it, right? Zeus, well known for it. We created you out of clay. Fuck you. If you got anything to say to me, I'll just kill you and everyone else. Because fuck you. Lovely vomit then, thank you. That's a good point. It's not the fact that they are fake or real, or the word. It's not an argument of semantics here. It's more that because they were painted, you can treat them as less than. And that's why I want to come back to this consciousness thing again, where it's like these clones have their own consciousness, and for those, it's just very different if you were born, isn't it? It comes straight back to the way in which Lumiere works is that new personalities are born out of two others that come together. And theoretically, potentially, many generations worth of DNA that influences them. Now, you could say the primogenitors, the initial characters, were painted. And they were painted based on the thoughts and feelings of their creator. But after so many generations of fucking, producing offspring, having them grow, having them live full and complete conscious lives, meet new people, fuck them to create new people, and so on and so forth, how many generations of new children who are born and raised in exactly the same circumstances as any normal human, or any human that we would, particularly any of the painters, although albeit in a different world, sure. How many generations until you're really, absolutely, 100% no different to a real human? I don't know why, but 6 feels right. And the generation that Mael was born into feels right. Which gives us a lovely look at her dual personality here. Mael isn't painted, but she was born to a man and woman inside the canvas. We talked about that last show at length, and somebody, I think it was Jacquard, brought up a very interesting theory. Because I had noted, one of the things that annoyed me about the story so far was that the paintress saw Mael come into the saw Alicia come into the painting, and then immediately go, "Oh, you're here. You can't be here. I'm just going to wrap you up in a baby and push you out, using the same mechanism or machine that I have for making babies and pushing them out." And it felt a bit wishy-washy and horribly explained. Jacquard had a theory that is based on the end of Act 1's Renoir sequence, where he pushes her off the edge, and you hear some voices. Those voices giving the impression that it wasn't actually the paintress who put Mael into a body, into a baby, but it was Renoir instead. I can't remember the specifics, but it's a conversation we'll have to have again. That's a very interesting part of that particular piece of the cloning conversation. I disagree with the shadow comparison. The shadow is just a reflection of the person. The painted family live their own independent lives, have their own experiences. Do they? What are their lives like compared to the life of a real person? And remember, they weren't born, they didn't grow up. They didn't have any experiences that were their own, uniquely, until they were painted. They were born as adults. Is that the same to you, Tiefel? The clone should still have human rights. Fair enough. Born or painted, if you have the same consciousness, what's the difference between their lives? I don't know, but it's cool. Well, they live in different worlds. So I think the difference comes from environmental factors in this case. Which is to say that the real family will leave the painting and they will go on about their daily lives. And they'll meet with their friends and they'll drink wine and talk about how they can paint worlds and what they saw in this world and whatever. They'll talk about the war that's happening, 2 countries over and a new leader that's going to take over perhaps. And they'll talk and life will go on. They'll raise their children and be proud of their children when they paint new interesting things. None of the second family won't ever do any of that. They'll skip gaily through the forests with the gestrels, and they'll have word battles with the snow gestrels, whose names I can't remember again. And they'll be trapped within the framework and the limitations of somebody else's imagination. Again, never having had their own life and having the opportunity to have become their own person. Because they missed all of the formative years. Yeah, I'm not arguing one side or the other. It's just devil's advocate in this case, I guess. But I do lean more heavily on that side. Objectively, they're not the same thing. Even being a copy, knowing he's a copy, he truly cares for his family, true. So fake humans can love and care. Noted. Irrelevant? Noted. Wonder if those emotions are considered real. Can fake humans have real emotions? It's assuming the paintress has control over the moment. She could not have control over her own chroma, grief having consumed her. Well, they told us that she did. So, unreliable narrator, right? At creation, no. But they've been alive for 67 years or something, and in that time, they've lived their own lives. Verso's joined expeditions, fought with his family, fought Nevrons. All these things are unique to him, which have shaped him as his own person. True. True. The question is, can a fake person become a real one, given enough time and experience? Even if those experiences are all limited by somebody else's imagination and can all only be within somebody else's world. And then, of course, which world are we in? And God is a fucking kid with an ant farm, and etc., etc. Aren't the painted parents having painted children living within the painting? Sort of like an ant farm that the Descendre family can observe? True. Yes. But because the first 3 years of your life is where you become you, because the experiences that you have are environmental, and the person that you become is based on who your parents were, where you were born, and what life is like around you. And then there's those first 3 formative years where you put everything together and make sense of the world that you are and become who you will be, and then you just go into experience after experience, and we call them choices. You make choices about who you want to be. Do I want to be a carpenter? Do I want to be an architect? Do I want to go to space? But you don't really make those choices. Those choices just happen to you based on who you are. You're always going to make the choices that you would make, and you is a concept that is created by where you are and the world around you, not choices, really. Not like, do I prefer chocolate or vanilla ice cream? Why? Why do you prefer vanilla? Because I like vanilla more. The best answer you can give, right? Because I grew up eating vanilla. Because my grandmother always had vanilla in the freezer. And because I don't like chocolate and I can't explain why, you know? It eventually all comes down to a bunch of shit that's out of your control. But it is those experiences, regardless of whether or not you chose them, that created you. I think the fake part comes out of you not having them. Somebody else having them. Or you. And then you starting too far down the chain to be unique. And again, this becomes not semantical, but it becomes very much an objective fact based on definition, which is this one is real because it had those things, and this one is fake because it didn't have them. They were copied. Somebody else had them first. They're an identical twin. And as we know with identical twins, again, they'll become different people because they have different lives, even if they live in the same house and eat the same things and wear the same clothes. They'll become different people who like different things every single time. Anyway, we've probably gone too deep down the rabbit hole now. But it's a fun one, isn't it? And it's great when these kinds of games do truly rise to the level of art, not just entertainment. When they do exactly what art has always been done to do. Express one person's thoughts and feelings to a group of others and have them rip them a fucking apart and disagree on every element of it. It's beautiful. I love it. Now let's move on before I lose my voice. At camp, Verso refuses to talk to anyone. He stands alone by the lake. After a while, Mael decides to go and talk to him.
I'm sorry. It's what she wanted. I owed her that much. We owed her that much.
It's what she wanted, huh? Interesting, isn't it? Mael doesn't want that. The real Alicia doesn't want that. But the fake Alicia wants suicide. At the very least, they're very different people now.
I honored her wishes. That's something neither you nor Renoir ever did. And
You're right, Meta.
I didn't get to say goodbye. You didn't wait. You didn't give me a chance to persuade her.
I think, therefore I am. Yeah, oh, dude, that's certainly tapping into it as well. But there's also very prevalent, so I've got analogy stuck in my head when I want to say allegory for this world is fake. Don't spend your whole life in it. Which is to say, don't sit there playing fantasy video games in fake worlds for your whole life and waste the fact that you live in a real one. So there's a lot of different artistic allegory and simile, right? Maybe just metaphor. Too late for me, too late for you, maybe. Are you dead? Not quite sure. It's too late unless you're dead. I already played too many video games. Well, I think that's a big part of what the people behind this story are trying to say with it. Ironically, yeah. Along with a lot of other beautifully artistic concepts, which is great. If nothing else, we just to cap this off, we talked about a lot earlier about playing these games. One thing I didn't mention and meant to was this will be a generation's first JRPG. Their Final Fantasy VII. Their Final Fantasy 1. This will be, for many people, maybe one of my kids, the very first JRPG they play. And what will that do for them going forward in their lives? How much of the story and the gameplay and the mechanics and everything else, but how many artistic concepts that have been parroted throughout history, through film, through paintings, through books, through games, through media, through other people and through conversation, through schools and education facilities. How many of these concepts will be first introduced to those children in this game? How many conversations like that? How many kids will play this at 15 years old and go, are they saying I shouldn't play video games? Whoa, man. How many fucking dudes sitting there smoking joints and talking with their friends will raise conversations like this and start discussions like this because of this game? This is really good shit because it does these things. So just another lovely little tip of the hat to a game that is telling a story, but it's not just about how good is the plot, which is all you'll mostly hear people talk about. I just played it for the story on story difficulty and I got through the end and the story was so good and I didn't want to explore because I couldn't fucking help myself. I just had to go and see the end of the story. But it's not really the story that matters, is it? It's how the story makes you think, makes you feel. It's how it makes you grow. It's how it makes you want to grow and talk about these kinds of things. That is the real goddamn motherfucking shit. And in my opinion, what really makes this game great, above the rest of it, its metaphor and its allegory and its beauty, beyond telling a good story with good characters, which it does well.
He is an old one, almost as old as me.
Soon, baby. 135. Jesus Christ. Thank you, man. Good to see ya. Renoir even apologized to a fake verso that the paintress copied the real one's memories onto him. Yep, exactly. It's good they got a wide range of characters that represent the different philosophical thought processes that we have as well. So we can argue with each other in the same way these characters would argue with each other, and probably have, in a world that doesn't exist. In a time that never happened. I love it. Doing good, Bull.
She knew what she wanted. You wouldn't have been able to sway her.
She's not you. You don't know that. I know her better than you do. But you didn't even give me the chance to try. You just erased her.
Verso.
You've lost 2 brothers. You know what it's like to lose your sibling and never get the chance to say goodbye. You painters, you just do what you want. You don't care how it affects the rest of us.
I do care. I know you're hurting, but the person who made that decision wasn't me. It was her. Would have been wrong to deny her just so you could try and talk her out of her decision.
She's the last of my family. I have no one left now.
You have me. You have us.
Maya, I wasn't ready.
Don't understand. You were ready when you set Papa free.
Yeah, but he's a dick.
You expected that he would erase the canvas and everyone in it. Isn't that the same thing?
It's different. It's different. Why did she do that?
You know why. But you're right. I should have thought of you. I should have given you a chance to say goodbye. I'm truly sorry, Verso.
At least she's free now.
Despite his frustration, Verso understands Mayal's words. He appreciates that Mayal is honest with him. Mayal empathizes deeply with Verso. They feel closer to each other.
Oh! Give me that, Max! Is it 6 or Max? 6, so there must be more.
They sit in silence a little longer. This time, Mayal comforts Verso. They head back to the others.
Interesting. Let's see if anyone else has anything to say post that.
Is there anyone's...
Nope.
Yeah.
Yes.
And... Indeed, maybe that would be...
Off to the village, yes, yes, yes.
What will you do when this is all... Well, so I...
Do you mean...
A painting...
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's see.
Aren't you scared?
Nope. Okay, they've all got their own things going on, and they're not interested in referencing any of the dramatic elements that just happened. I imagine tying that all together in video game form would be too challenging. Fair enough.
Mayal.
I'm getting quite tired of people telling me to go home. So please. No.
That's the same,
Fine.
isn't it?
They're counting on me.
Yeah. Ah, okay. It's the same vibe again. One of the big drawbacks to this whole system, I think, is that they say the same fucking shit before each different segment, even though each segment is different, and it really throws you off the scent. That and how these things are paced out feels awkward and feels like it's too easy to get bogged into 2 or 3 of them together. Now, I know it's just video game scripting and switches. You pass a certain point and bang, now they do this. I get how it works. And it'd be nicer if it was smoother. But I heard Dara say that 80% of this game is apparently what they got to. They got to 80% before they had to launch. And when you think about how many unfinished areas or unexplored zones that sort of just have an item in them or something, you can see how that would make sense. But I feel like perhaps the flow here is a part that fell behind, unfortunately. It's not a big deal at all. It's very easily... it may be for some people. It might, like, they might go, oh, okay, yeah, no, you're saying the same thing over and over again. There's nothing else here, and they may miss chunks of the game as a result. So it's technically... But I think more having them continue, even at this point, to interact with each other based on what we've done in the story would be much, much nicer. Small criticism. You gotta take them when you can get them in a game this good.
Verso approaches Mayal, who's staring at the monolith by herself.
The monolith looks strange without Mama or her number there.
It feels less oppressive.
I guess. I wonder what Mama's doing now. She must be so upset.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
Claire won't be happy either. They're probably driving each other crazy right now. Although, I doubt Claire's been home much. Knowing her, she's probably hunting down the writers responsible for the fire.
Sounds like Clair.
Yeah. Barely saw her when I was home. She took Verso's death very personally. Well, we all did.
I've met her 3 times.
You have?
The first time was right after the fracture with Expedition Zero. She stopped us at the barrier.
She told you everything then?
Yeah. Then tried to kill us when we wouldn't go home.
Claire.
Cool.
She found me years later and tried to recruit me. Then she found me again. 16 years ago.
When Mael was born.
Told me to keep an eye on you. I think she felt you were safer here. Away from her war.
Wait. So, you've been watching me this whole time?
She felt that she was safer here? She set Verso to watching? And she said, oh, you're not strong enough? Well, I guess, you're gonna get reborn. Is this enough to warrant a potential third theory? That it was neither the paintress nor Renoir that took Alicia and put her into a child's body? But Claire? Which is odd because Claire sent her in. Let's say Claire sends her into the painting, not for the reasons she said, go in and help, but instead so that she wouldn't be distracted by having Alicia outside of the painting in the real world. Just wanted her in there so she could keep her in a position, and then Claire could jump back in the painting and focus all of her attention, now the whole family's in there, on getting shit done, rather than worrying about her little sister, who's living outside the painting in the real world with no mother and no father. Lied about being Aline's chroma that was painting over. Exactly, yeah. She did say she was gathering and locking up Aline's chroma. Could have easily used it herself. Claire's a schemer. I wouldn't put it past her. Also implies the Writers' War is very serious stuff too. True, yeah, because they burned down the fucking house and killed Verso with it, right? Good point. Very small piece of actual world history. That, actual in-game world history. That we can use to begin to understand what the world of the story outside the painting looks like. The war between the writers and the painters, yeah. I love the idea of the Gestrels and the snow ones that use words and battle with their words as well, as creations that Verso perhaps made when he was younger. Are they reflections of the outside world? The writers at war with the painters? What's going on out there? Clair is stated as being the only one skilled enough to paint over someone else's creation. Is that a quote? That's very interesting. Could Aline have set up a trap for the next person to enter, which did the rebirth independent of Aline's will? Hard to know. At least with lines like this, I can say, because of these words that are on the screen, I think this. So I have an in-game reference to base my theory on, Xavier. Do you?
From afar, I'd slip back to Lumiere occasionally.
So, you knew where I was, and you left me there too?
I couldn't exactly take you with me, but I tried to look out for you. And once you left Lumiere, I stayed close. I cleared all the really dangerous Nevrons out of your path, and I pulled you away on the beach.
But you also let Renoir kill the rest of the expedition. You didn't help them.
There were too many of them to save.
I need to ask you something.
What?
You wouldn't lie to me, right?
I think we're well past that.
On the cliff. Gustav,
What is it?
did you let Renoir kill Gustav? Could you have saved him?
What? Hey, tell us. Holy shit. That's huge, man. That's fucking huge. And beautiful that they, like, one of those moments in a video game, so rare these days, where it's truly an impactful, interactive element, you know? This is massive. This version of Mael, Aline, from this point on, will know something very different. This is huge. You just don't see it much in video games anymore. And when I say video games are a poor man's storytelling mechanism compared to film and literature, I'm not talking about this shit, because it just happens so rarely. But it's one of those few cases where I think this game is one of those few cases where I think the interactive medium may have a chance for genuinely profound and impactful personal storytelling. Very fucking cool. I said I wouldn't lie, so I won't.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Needed a way into the team.
Why?
I was afraid. If you found out about the canvas and he was there, you would refuse to help me send Maman home.
Yeah, and he needed you to do what he wanted. Needed you to do what he needed to do. Gustav was an obstacle.
So you let him die?
That was pretty good delivery, that pause. Light fellow. Not many dudes would have enough balls to pause for that long. Tip of the hat.
I did. I should have told you everything sooner, but I couldn't take any chances.
Thanks. For telling me the truth.
Now kick him off the cliff.
Yeah. It looks bland without a number.
As Gustav has several of my combat moves, so one of us had to go. Yeah, so like when we were wondering, umming and ahhing back then, is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? Is he, you know, he was a bad guy. Now he's a good guy again. But there was a time where he actually was a fucking bad guy.
You're a paintress? Paint something.
How about, Papa, you go home?
Catchy.
Come on, let's do it.
Mael and Verso's bond is now unbreakable. Forged in truth. They head to the monolith, and Mael repaints it, sending a message to her father. This adventure helped Mael better understand her painter side.
Homage. Ah, shit! I wonder if there's a different ability if you lie. Thank you, Toby, baby.
They return to camp. The rest of the expedition.
Motherfucking homage, right? It's huge. I love it. So fucking cool.
Well now, he is an old
poet?
one.
I'm not really inspired these days.
Almost as old as me.
Sketchy, baby! How you going, mate? Good to see you, dude. When was that?
15 minutes ago? Nice, brother. Thanks for 99 months, mate. Cheers. And Savoice.
Well now, he is an old one.
Cheers, brother.
Almost as old as
Fucking
me.
63 months. Just huge. Huge, old, mad cunts. And I wouldn't be here without yous. Thank you so much for keeping me going, and I hope you come in and have a good conversation every now and then and feel reminded why you bother spending your hard-earned fucking cash on this wanker on the internet. Cheers, mate. I feel like days like today make me feel like it's worth doing live video game analysis, discussion, critique with a community of passionate, interested, intelligent individuals that want to be a part of it, want to discuss it, that want to give. When I judge and criticize people for rushing through these games and just doing the story and not putting it on a decent difficulty to challenge themselves and not exploring when they feel compelled to explore, and not not using the game's mechanics, it all really comes down to this. You don't get enough time otherwise to actually enjoy a thing. You don't do this canvas justice if you just blast through, say how good was the story, I cried 6 times, and then move on to the next game. It's not enough, you know? It feels more important today to have these conversations than to make progress, to see the end, or anything like that, you know? It's one of my favorite games ever, and watching you play and enjoy it is a treat. I'm so glad. Fuck yeah, man. Cheers, dude. Alright. Let's keep going.
Let's see if SKA has more of that wine you like. No poetry.
I'm not really.
Let's see if...
Okay. So then... Well, I have more Lumina as well. I should save that until I get to a boss. Alright. So then, my plan today was to get everything done. Leading up, all of the side content done that I absolutely need to get done. That I couldn't live without. And now, my voice fucking kills me. I'm gonna wrap up. And I plan to be back tomorrow. Pick this up. If I can stream tomorrow, and I'm sure that I can. If I wake up and I can't be fucked for some reason, or if I have some terribly good excuse that you'll never hear, then if we wanted to, I feel compelled. I feel comfortable. Compelled's wrong. I feel comfortable going to Lumiere. Okay? Maybe, in a few days, we're going to Lumiere. And I've seen enough. And I know there's a few big fucking sick fucking fights there that I haven't done yet. And I really want to sit there and grind them out, or go and explore some more and upgrade my character team and synergy so that I can figure out exactly how to beat each of these guys. And check out a few other little places that just don't... It's got 33 written on it on the map. What's it got written on it in real life? Real life? I can't see it. Oh, I have to know. Hold on.
Hmm?
I watched your Painter's VOD last night. The entire fight was such a treat to watch. Cherry on top was the mic slap when she dropped Painted Power and you realized how much the game just changed. What a great moment, right? Oh, dude. Papa? It's in French, isn't it? Is it Martin? You go home? Go away? Vartan? Nice. Of course it's in French. Makes sense. I'm gonna retexture it in English. Brilliant. Good. I haven't been in here yet.
fuck are you? The canvas? That's all you get. Quick 10-minute detour. That's all you get. If obviously with Night Rain coming out and with the Death Stranding playthrough that I really want to get fanging going, like I'm gonna kind of wrap up the Expedition 33, and I've kind of been torn lately between smashing nothing but X33 and just really digging into the whole experience and relaxing. June's going to be huge. July, I'm having a fucking baby, and Metal Gear Solid 3 is coming out again. Two of perhaps the most fundamentally impactful and powerful things that could happen to a man are happening in the very same month. On the back of Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2. It's going to be a lot. You're welcome, Calm. Thanks for watching. What a cock tease, you know it. Maybe even more than you know. Because if I come back tomorrow, we're going to explore that joint. And if I don't, we may come back Thursday. And I may say something like, I wish I could play more X33, but Night Rain comes out tomorrow and I want to finish it. So we are going to skip everything else and go straight to the end. Which I obviously don't want to do. But at a certain point, as I said, I will have to say, enough is enough. Let's finish it. But I want it. I want that to be when it feels like it's the right time to do it. Not like I'm being forced to, per se. But I've had my fill. Can move on. But if needing to take some extra time off and relax before this fucking new month begins, then it takes precedence, and it does, yeah. Metal Gear 3, I know, right? Crazy. I've been enjoying chilling out, painting minis, and fucking relaxing. We'll see. We'll see how we go. But I'd like to be back tomorrow to play more of this. Tuesday, I could play more as well. I've got a sponsored gig later on Tuesday, but I could get in for a few hours of X33. That's enough for some exploration. We could do a few more things. And then I believe Wednesday is Cave Story plus Race Part 2 with Weddy and Derris. And then Thursday or Friday would be the last X33 day if I want to wrap it up before Night Rain. And that feels the right kind of neat. Either way, this should be our last week for 33. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope there's much more to come. I hope we can spend a good few more fucking hours this week, fucking with some more big-ass bosses and overpowering our dudes a bit more. I'm glad we got today in, though. The exploration today was really good. The story beats were awesome. But conversing with you guys and discussing the game and breaking it down more and thinking about it more doesn't get any better than that for me, this job. So thank you. I loved it. And I'd love to do more of it. I'll see you guys very soon. Thanks for watching.